Test 1 2 3. Hello, we can get started now, the hour of 10 o'clock having arrived. If everybody could take a seat for just a moment before we stand. Now that you're taking a seat, let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led today by Commissioner Moon. One nation, under God, indivisible. If you'd please remain standing for a moment of silence, honoring a former commissioner and officers who've lost their lives since our last meeting. Our former colleague, Jeff Moore, who died unexpectedly December 26th. Jeff served for years as the president of the San Jose Silicon Valley branch of the NAACP. He was appointed by Governor Brown to post-commission in 2013 and served until 2021. And Riverside County Deputy Sheriff Timothy Corlew, who was killed in an on-duty motorcycle accident in January 2025. Please observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Chair Long. Good morning, commissioners. Barcelona.
Here.
Braun. Here. Brazil.
Here.
Doring.
Here.
Yule.
Here.
Gordon. Here. Johnson.
Here.
Long.
Here.
Moon. Here. Terrio.
Here.
Woolery. 13 commissioners present.
I would now like to introduce Advisory Committee Chair, Visalia Police Chief Jason Salazar, and Post Chief Counsel William Toby Darden, and Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez. This is now the time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or under commission jurisdiction. Public comment on specific peace officer revocation cases to be heard today will be taken at the time of the hearing of each officer. If you have a specific complaint about an officer that is not on today's agenda, you should file a complaint with Post or with the officer's employing agency, and staff will help you at the next break. I would also like to remind anyone making public comments to not discuss pending complaints or pending disciplinary actions that may later come before the board or the commission. If the board or commission take action on your complaint, you will have an opportunity to speak at that time. We must observe these rules to comply with the law and avoid compromising the mission of the board and the commission. Pursuant to commission policy, the commission chair will manage the public comment period in deference to the commission workload and time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comments. Please be advised we cannot take action on items not on the agenda. Are there any members of the public who would wish to speak today? Hello, welcome. Please come forward. Remember also that the meeting is being transcribed, recorded, and webcast, so please speak slowly and clearly.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Christy Lovehill. I am the Advocacy and Legal Director with the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial Counties. This morning, I'm here to provide public comment on agenda item F3, the proposed disciplinary guidelines for police certification actions, and request that Post remove from these disciplinary guidelines the inappropriate suggestion that a pattern of repeated serious misconduct is necessary to support revocation for physical abuse, excessive force, participation in a law enforcement gang, or dishonesty, or at least clarify that a pattern of conduct is not required to result in a revocation penalty. We would also like to see certain areas strengthened when identifying when revocation is necessary. We all deserve to live in communities where we feel safe and protected, yet far too often the people who are tasked with protecting public safety are the very ones who compromise it. We give officers more authority than any other profession, the power to stop, search, arrest, and even use deadly force. This power means that the state has a greater responsibility to hold these officers accountable. The proposed disciplinary guidelines are problematic for a few reasons. First, in several places, the proposed guidelines suggest that revocation may not be the appropriate remedy if the officer's act of serious misconduct was not part of a pattern of similar serious misconduct. That is not consistent with the plain language of the penal code, which already differentiates between misconduct where a single act may lead to revocation and misconduct where there must be egregious or repeated acts. Second, the disciplinary guidelines about law enforcement participation in law enforcement gangs are concerning. The statement that revocation may not be warranted if an officer felt coerced into joining a law enforcement gang will create an enormous loophole by presenting any officer caught participating in a law enforcement gang with a convenient excuse that they can invoke to avoid revocation. In addition, the factors supporting revocation for participating in law enforcement gangs are not sufficiently comprehensive. In addition to those listed in the proposed guidelines, revocation should also be deemed warranted where the law enforcement gang that the officer participated in used racist language or iconography, defined its membership with race or other identity characteristics, or otherwise demonstrated bias. Also, where the officer failed to cooperate with an investigation into law enforcement gangs, by example, for refusing to show tattoos affiliated with gang participation. These additions are supported by the penal code, providing that demonstration of bias and failure to cooperate are themselves grounds for revocation. Finally, the part of the guidelines on demonstrating bias are unclear. Engaging in racial identity profiling is a violation of the law and is never consistent with a peace officer's obligation to carry out their duties in a fair and unbiased manner. As the penal code and the commission's existing regulations recognize, engaging in racial identity profiling should be grounds for revocation. In summary, we request that this body removes these disciplinary guidelines that suggest that a pattern of repeated serious misconduct is necessary to support revocation for physical abuse, excessive force, participation in a law enforcement gang, or dishonesty. Or again, at least clarify that no such pattern or repetition is required to warrant a revocation penalty. We also request that language around participation in law enforcement gangs is strengthened and that the guidelines unambiguously make it clear that engaging in racial identity profiling should be grounds for revocation. Thank you for your consideration.
Questions from the commission? Could I ask to get your name again? I didn't.
Oh, yes. Christy Lovehill.
Christy Love. Any questions from the commission? I'd like to say, Ms. Lovehill, your comments are very interesting and substantive. It would be really helpful if we could get those in writing.
Sure.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
And in general, if you're planning to come before the commission, it would be great if we could get them in advance. It's not just kind of a random comment. It's they're substantive comments, and it'd be nice if we could digest them. We will be discussing the disciplinary guidelines later in the hearing, and I think it's probably best that we respond to some of your concerns. Maybe some of the people who would respond to them can digest them a little bit in the minutes that follow this, and be prepared to maybe say some at least cursory response at this time to your comments. But if we could get those in writing, that'd be great.
Yeah, happy to send it when I get back to the office this morning, and happy to leave a copy of my testimony here. I don't know if you have the ability to make copies and to pass it out, but we can send an email.
I don't know if
to
we're
the
in great
office.
shape to make copies here, but and on the fly, but yeah,
Mhm.
it'd be great if you can get that to us. And then for the future, it'd be really great if you can get them to us a little bit in advance when we can actually then maybe engage in more of a dialogue than just
Yeah,
a quick response. Thank you for coming.
thank you.
And if there is anything, if I can say, if there is anything that you do have that you would be able to leave, it would be helpful to us as we are considering it this afternoon in case we don't get your letter by that time.
Yes, who should I give this to? Okay, I
I'd
will
be
do
happy,
that.
yeah, we'd be happy to.
All
take
right,
it.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else present that would like to address the commission? Well, we have someone who always wants to address the commission, our executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And welcome back to all the commissioners. Thank you again for your engagement and participation. I'll keep my comments very, very, very brief. First of all, I'd like to address contracts since today a big portion of the agenda relates to contracts. The contracts that are over $250,000 that require commission approval. We are working off the proposed budget from January, so the numbers may change. But wanted to say during that before that presentation starts, we received essentially the same amount of money for delivering training on training contracts, the post-legacy courses. Some of our challenges have been that costs have increased significantly for hotels, for lodging and such. So we've had to kind of sort through that over the last few months as to how we're going to deliver the same level of training, either at a reduced cost or minimize the number of courses that are out there. So we have some financial savings that we've been able to accomplish with some of the presenters. But some of the other things that we're hoping to institute with the contracts as we move forward is have a minimum number of students in each class before the class is presented. So we've picked up on a few instances where individuals have to drop the class or cancel due to the fires or due to some other event. And then the class is half full and we end up incurring the same expense to deliver the course. So we will institute in those contracts a minimum number. And right now we're looking at like 80% of the class has to be scheduled, or the students have to be scheduled in advance of the start of the class. So you'll see that as we move forward with future contracts. Also, we've mentioned a number of times at commission meetings our space and space challenges that we've had. We've moved much of our staffing on the second floor at Post headquarters into new space. And now we are hoping to move forward with the build out of a permanent commission hearing room with a dais, and it won't be like this, it'll be permanent. We're running into some challenges right now that we're working through with the state fire marshal. We were hoping to have it up and running by this meeting in June, but the likelihood of that happening is not very good. So I just want to let you know that, and just want to thank the Administrative Services Bureau. I know Cheryl Smith is here and Tom for putting all that together. So thank you guys. And then just a couple of thank yous. One to commissioners, to Commissioner Gordon and Commissioner Brazil. For those of you that may have missed a meeting, both Commissioner Gordon and Brazil helped us with the disciplinary guidelines that we just spoke about multiple times at Post headquarters and on Zoom calls. So really appreciate them going through the drafts and providing their feedback, as well as PC 832 training, 2 workshops that we held at Post. So I want to thank them for their participation. We're going to hear more about PC 832 training today. And then lastly, to Commissioner Brazil, who did a review of one of the mass shootings, national mass shootings that he did for our staff. We had close to 100 of our staff members participate in that presentation. So thank you, Commissioner Brazil. That was a week ago. And then lastly, I just, for those of you that have been around for a while, recognize one of our bureau chiefs who retired effective last Friday. Colin O'Keefe ran our technology side of the house. He retired with almost 2 decades at Post, 23 years of state service. So he is responsible for overseeing a lot of the technology upgrades and changes that we've done, along with some of his colleagues in the back of the room. So I just wanted to recognize him, since many of you have met him and he's spoken before the commission. And that concludes my prepared remarks, Mr. Chair. I'll pass it back to you if I may.
Thank you. Thank you, Executive Director. Our first item is the approval of the transcripts and action summary from the last commission meeting. Is there a motion to approve the transcript and action summary? Is there a second? Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so approved. Move now to consent items. We will have a presentation on consent items 4, 5, and 6. If any commissioner would like reports on other consent items, just let us know, and we will do so. For now, we will begin with number 4, and Certification Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler and Professional Conduct Northern Bureau Chief Robert Guyton will provide the certification update. The report is presented for information only and no action is required. Ms. Weiler.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. We're going to do things a little bit differently today, just for flow. I'm going to start with a list of officers who've been deemed ineligible to be peace officers in this state based on, excuse me, prior felony convictions or misdemeanor convictions that are identified in Government Code Section 1029. Again, this is an informational item. There'll be a voting item later on. There are 14 individuals on this list. If we can just scroll through it, this is published for you, but more for public consumption for those who are viewing online. Are individuals who are ineligible based on convictions prior to January 1st, 2022. Okay, now I have some statistics to present to you. So because this is our first meeting of the new year, I'm going to present first statistics for all of 2024 since our last meeting was in November. So you can see how the whole year unfolded, and then I will present statistics through February 10th of this year when the agenda was published. And then we'll have demographic data that'll be a totality of everything since 2023. So this first page is our numbers for 2024. I don't believe we have any new commissioners since November, but if there's anything here you would like me to explain, please go ahead and let me know. Just a note, the 82,102 current full-time peace officers, you'll see that number again in the 2025 statistics, just because the way we have this tabulating, it's a totality or cumulative number. Our next slide, again, is a total for 2024. You can see we had 67 temporary suspensions, and we removed 37. Those could have been from our initial 2023 or throughout 2024. And as a reminder, for individuals who have had actions taken by this commission or who have been deemed ineligible after January 1st, 2022 due to a felony or misdemeanor conviction identified in Government Code Section 1029, we had to remove their temporary suspension in order to take that next action. So that's where the bulk of these removals of temporary suspensions are. And there are some that were withdrawn by the executive director after various factors came to light. Officers may have provided additional information to the executive director that warranted the removal or the withdrawal of the ITS, or we lost jurisdiction for the ITS based on charges being dropped. The number of voluntary surrenders that we have here are 61. There were actually 2 additional individuals last year who surrendered. However, they did not have a proof of eligibility or a basic certificate, so they're not tabulated in this number. But we did note that in case they ever attempt to become peace officers again. Next slide, please. So these are our 2025 numbers from January 1st to February 10th. 2025. As you can see, there's a lot of happenings. I did check with my staff, and as of the same date, we had processed 692 requests for background inquiries for officers who are trying to lateral from one agency to another. So you can see that's a bulk of the number for the new appointments that were approved. As a reminder, the appointments are inclusive of laterals, not just brand new peace officers. And these are, again, the 2025 data broken down, which is why we see no revocations. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Slide. This is our cumulative data since we've been tracking since 2023. And then this is also cumulative aid, but it's broken down by year for each individual category, so you can see where the numbers have changed. There was a significant increase in voluntary surrenders. The first year, I think not too many people knew that was an option. We were just getting started with our investigations. In 2024, the district attorney's offices started to use voluntary surrenders as part of their plea agreements. We even have some federal cases that utilized voluntary surrenders. We also started in 2024 sending out notices of investigation to officers when we reached that point of initiating a review of their case and doing an investigation. And along with that came pamphlets of information on what this means for them, what their options are, and a number of our voluntary surrenders came as a result of that notice of investigation last year. Again, this is also cumulative data. These are the statistics that I have been providing you at each meeting with demographic information. The next few slides are just a breakdown of each of these so that you can see them larger. If you'd like us to scroll through them individually, please let us know. Otherwise, I think we can move through these. I just figured it'd be easier for you to see them visually if you were printing this out. And then lastly, I know at the last commission meeting, we were asked about data with regard to the amount of college education that our peace officers have, and if there was any correlation to misconduct allegations or any actions that we've taken. We do not yet have that data compiled for you. It's an unofficial statistical term. It's kind of messy, the data right now, because we are only collecting that information when the individual officers are applying for their professional certificates. And sometimes we only collect that data once, and sometimes we collect it multiple times, depending on the amount of education they are, or the level of education they are providing to us at the time they apply for their initial professional certificate. So for example, if somebody provides a copy of transcripts for the minimum number of units required for their intermediate certificate, but they've attained a bachelor's certificate by the time they apply for their advanced or supervisory certificate, we would then have different levels of education accounted for. Our data right now is double or triple counting that information based on how many different degrees we're being provided with as an officer moves through their career and attains different professional certificate levels. So we're trying to figure out how we can clean that data up before we actually present it to you. We may not be able to, and if that's the case, I'll provide what we can in June. But we're trying to make that a little less messy right now for you guys.
Slide.
Mhm.
Marcelo, on this slide, you said that there's the level of education it's on this slide?
No, I do not have that data
Oh,
for you
okay.
right now. No.
All right.
Yeah, this is just age and years of service, broken down by, I believe, one is, the blue is the age and the red is the years of service.
Commissioner Nieto. A quick question again, I think you said it and I just missed it. So you showed resigned 7,102 and retired 7,731. I think it's on page 1 of your slides. The resigned include numbers that people that may have resigned and went to other agencies, or is that just?
So yes,
complete-
both
Okay.
the appointments approval and the affidavits of separation are inclusive of individuals who are leaving one agency and going to another. So the notice of appointment are counting them when they are appointed and start at a new agency. Affidavit of separation is counted at the time they separate from their prior agency.
Do we break out any numbers to figure out how many people are leaving the business completely?
We have not done that yet, but we can try to find a way to calculate that. Sometimes they come back, right? They leave and then they decide to come back. But we can try to figure out how to count that for you.
Thank you.
I'll let you know in June.
Any questions? Comments? Chief Salazar, did the advisory committee weigh in on this information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the advisory committee had a good discussion on this topic yesterday and had a few questions. One with regards to the 1029 list and whether or not 17B would impact their existence on the list. Staff did a good job of answering those questions. We also received this presentation with regards to demographics and just kind of noted some of the age and early career data that you see, where you kind of see more of the serious misconduct incidents occurring there. And then just talked a lot about the number of cases that post staff is handling on the post ad side. So the number of open cases, number of questions as to how those are triaged and handled by staff. And then we had some discussion with regards to the number of complaints to posts that have increased. And then a discussion with regards to the staffing challenges faced by post ad to address the number of cases that they are handling. So it was a good, robust discussion with regards to the data that was presented.
And with that, I will hand it off to my colleague to continue the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Long, Commissioners. I'm going to provide the Professional Conduct Bureau statistics as of February of 2025. And you can see up there all of the agency misconduct reports that we've received and in what year they were received. Of note on this slide is our public complaints, 1,712. Those have tripled since we started. We had a discussion yesterday regarding why that may be the case, and I think it boils down to folks now know that Post does accept complaints, and so they will go through the portal and provide those public complaints. Next slide. So these are the total cases that we have. Of note here, you will see 21,802 cases are open with Post. That number is significantly higher than the last reporting that we had. And this was because we moved cases from our unassigned reports into open with Post. The majority of these cases are priority 3 cases, which means that the finding was not sustained, unfounded, or exonerated by the agency. Over 90% of our cases are these P3 cases. And noting on the bottom here, Post has closed 10,665 cases thus far. Out of all of those cases where the findings were not sustained, unfounded, or exonerated, Post did not find any discrepancies when it comes to reviewing the internal affairs documents, the body cam, and all of that. So what we have done is started an abbreviated review of these priority 3 cases where the allegations, the findings were unfounded or exonerated. And we're taking a abbreviated review at that. So it takes the analysts less time to go through the cases. We're confirming the findings. And then we're auditing certain cases such as use of force cases, and we'll pull some of those and look at the body cams. But this is allowing us to go through these cases faster and close them faster, so we can prioritize the work that we do with those cases that really need a deep dive by our law enforcement consultants. So these are cases with sustained agency findings, and Post has not moved forward with them for the reasons listed there. And the non-actionable cases are based on the date. Next slide. All right, these are our disciplinary action statistics as of February. Notice of intent letters sent, and then 15 have appealed thus far. Again, more statistics here. The commission had asked for on-duty versus off-duty statistics. You will see a discrepancy in the number. 41 notice of intent letters were sent out, yet we have 66 misconduct allegations when it pertains to on-duty and off-duty. The discrepancy in this number is because if an officer, say, is charged with breaking the law, gets arrested, off-duty, it gets reported as off-duty. If they then lie in the internal affairs investigation, that's another allegation that will come, and it will show here as an on-duty. Next slide. These are all the cases that have been heard by the board and the findings thus far. Next slide. Cases by the commission. You'll see 5 cases will be pending for this commission meeting. Next slide. These are the disciplinary decisions and outcomes by the board and the commission for the 15 cases. Next slide. These are certification actions all based on felony convictions. Next slide. Then total revocations. And that's all I have, barring any questions.
Questions for Mr. Gaitan? Comments? Commissioner Brazil?
Couple questions. Do we still have agencies that haven't reported any misconduct at all?
We do.
And do we know about how many?
I think we have.
Or if you don't know, that's fine too.
No, we know.
Okay.
We just had to report this data. There's 146, 147 right now that have 0 reporting. That doesn't include the agencies that maybe have 1 report or 2 report, but this is actually 0 reporting. And that's down about 100 law enforcement agencies from last year. So this is something we report annually to the legislature, is agencies that we consider 0 reporting. Most of those agencies have less than 50 officers. Some have 2, 3, 4, 5 officers, very, very small. There's a few agencies that are in that 50+ range, and we are reaching out to those agencies and reminding them of the obligation and the responsibility under Senate Bill 2 for that reporting.
Might I suggest, if we find out later on that they haven't been reporting, that we don't streamline the initial intake review, that we actually do a deep dive. So we check to make sure that they're still compliant. And then I have one other question. We may not know that. So it looks like we have 4 that are going to the ALJ. Is that right?
And they're in some stage of the commission itself has determined that there has been serious misconduct and needs to move forward to a hearing. I know we have at least 2 where the accusation's been filed and they have appealed and they've submitted a notice of defense. So those for sure, there's hearing dates pending, or I think one's already scheduled for August, and then there's another hearing date pending. 2 are waiting for that accusation phase to be drafted, and then the respondent will have an opportunity to file a notice of defense or to default.
So we have 1 in August. That's
Yeah, we
for
have
sure.
1 scheduled in August for
Okay,
sure. at this
perfect.
point.
I was kind of going with that.
Yeah.
How far out are we?
Yeah.
So summertime before they have the hearing.
And that,
Probably 26 before we actually
yeah.
get a finding and back to
Sure.
us.
And one of the issues with the delay sometimes in establishing the hearing, and I want to get this on the record, is OAH is doing, the Office of Administrative Hearings has kind of provided a reasonable time frame for us to expect them to set a hearing. So they're saying within 4 months, we can get you on calendar and get a hearing. It's opposing counsel and, our AG's office, they already have a schedule. And so they will sometimes request the hearing be out further because of the already packed schedule. So OAH has been great about trying to ensure that our hearings are scheduled timely. So our expectation from them is that they'll schedule it within 4 to 6 months of that notice of defense being filed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With respect to the abbreviated review, Commissioner Brazil, I want to touch on something that you said about agencies that have not reported yet, and perhaps we want to take a closer look at some of those cases coming in regardless of the priority status. So there's a couple of caveats to that abbreviated review. The first is agencies that we know we've had to have multiple conversations about reporting. Those would be pulled out of that abbreviated review process just to ensure that the reporting is accurate and timely and within the framework of the acts of serious misconduct. We also will pull out cases where we've had multiple complaints about an officer. So there's multiple cases regarding the same officer. Those will take a thorough, extensive review because of the risk that there may be a there. The audit that Bureau Chief Guyton spoke about, that audit is really a safeguard so that as we're doing an abbreviated review for the not sustained and unfounded and exonerated cases, that even though we found no discrepancy up to this point, we want to make sure that continues, right? And we want to make sure that this is not a pass-through type process, that this is essentially an independent review by post to confirm the findings of the agency are consistent with what our determination would be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Along those lines, how much of that information is online? All of it except for naming the agencies who have not reported?
Correct. So there's a 2024 annual report that we did, a 2023 annual report to the legislature last year. I believe we just submitted it to the Department of Finance in the governor's office. And we may get feedback from that. And then it's posted on our website. And within that, I'll answer that question as well. It lists how many agencies have not reported. And the categories are 100+ officers employed. How many agencies fall into that category? 50, or excuse me, I believe it's 25 to 50, and then something under 25. It's broken down into 3 different categories. The names of the agencies are not in that report. So we don't have that currently available on the website.
What happened? Originally, there were discussions in the commission about naming them online, pretty much for the express purpose of calling attention to it. What
Correct.
happened to that notion?
We did. We actually, for a very short period of time, had all of the agency reporting available on our data warehouse. So it was not only the agency and how many reports they had, but what allegations were associated with those reports, what the outcomes of those allegations were. So it was all of the serious misconduct data. Very shortly thereafter, posting that data, we got responses from the agencies that our data was inaccurate and that it was causing some strong feedback from their community. For example, small agencies where they may have 12 officers, and our data would show allegations of 5 allegations for sexual assault. That's pretty alarming to a community. And we wanted to make sure that, one, our data was responsible and it was accurate. We pulled the data down at that point, and we reached out to the agencies to confirm the accuracy of the data. I think some of what will remain perhaps not as responsible reporting, if we were to do that, is in real time, those complaints, charges, and allegations are coming in every single day. And so we would be reporting out every complaint, charge, or allegation and what category of serious misconduct that would fall into. Those cases have not yet been vetted. So to the community that doesn't understand the full process, it's pretty alarming to see a small agency that may have less than 30 officers, and you've got complaints that are acts that violate the law or physical abuse or sexual assault, when we don't know the veracity of any of that information yet. And so it's all just complaint driven at that point. What I hope to do at some point, the commission's permission, is when we have outcomes, that's more responsible data, right? The outcomes are really what tell the story. That takes into account the complaints, charges, and allegations, the vetting of those complaints, charges, and allegations, and the final disposition of the actual complaint itself. I think that's responsible reporting.
But it would be possible to provide the names of the jurisdictions upon some degree of vetting, in addition, more so than it had been done in the past. I mean, you could split that thing.
It would be possible.
Yeah. I mean, given the discussion of the commission some months ago, which was to how do we try to, call attention to the fact that certain agencies are not reporting, and I think it was fairly unanimous to move forward with at least getting it out there. I think it would behoove us all to obviously vet these things, but to maybe continue to work on, getting that information out there. I assume there've been PRAs for this type of information. But,
Yes, there have.
okay. Thank you. Any more questions on this item?
Commissioner Terry,
Theriault.
you mentioned earlier there was, maybe hinted to some type of metrics on if the officers have multiple complaints, then that is looked into more thoroughly. Could you explain that process a little bit further?
So Commissioner Terry, I want to make sure I'm answering your question. So when we're saying we may be pulling those complaints, even if they're priority 3, where we know that the officer has multiple cases within our Mark 43 system, is that your question?
Yes.
Yes. So what primarily happens with the priority 3 cases is those cases are assigned to our analyst team to review the agency's findings, to review the complaint, the charge, and review the agency's findings and look at the evidentiary factors. If when they go into Mark 43, they pull up the subject officer. If there are multiple cases, those are grouped together and assigned to a law enforcement consultant to review those cases to ensure that we don't have an inherent situation there, or there's not already a case that's a priority one case where we're pursuing something and now we have a companion case. I'm sure as you're aware, Commissioner Terrio, post can only take one action against the officer's certification. So it behooves us to combine those cases and to look at them in their entirety based on that one subject officer.
I understand that. I guess my concern would be that would, you know, something would be added to the fact that because there are happening multiple cases, which could easily happen. Sometimes there is this, false narrative that because, one officer or another gets a lot of complaints, that is necessarily indicative of the officer being a bad officer, et cetera. When you could have an officer who gets no complaints and does nothing. And an officer does a lot of work and, might generate complaints, maybe because they're not a good officer, which is entirely possible, or because, in the course and scope of time, doing a lot of work, you're not always going to make a lot of friends. So I guess that's just my concern. But if that's not the case, if that's not the intent, that was the only reason for my question.
No, sir, and that's well received. It's still an objective review. It's just one of those factors that we need to look at to make sure we're not missing something. You're absolutely right. In, higher crime areas, you might see more complaints, right? It's just a reasonable fact of doing the job. But we also need to be careful that we're not missing something if we see, the frequency of complaints about a certain officer, that we're making sure that we do the extensive review. But by all means, that does not remove the objectivity, and you're well received.
Program or anything that's used in that, other than Mark 43, obviously, or is it just the pure look by the law enforcement consultant on just the number of cases?
Other than Mark 43, that's our only program by which we would kind of consolidate and be aware of the multiple cases. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willoughby?
Yeah, I don't want to get us off track, but Mark 43, what is that? What I think it is? Is that the case management system?
It is.
Okay.
Other questions or comments for these folks? All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Our next consent item, Bureau Chief Kerry Holler will report on the status of limited and counsel, I believe, Toby Darden, on the status of limited peace officer functions and the PC 832 course update workshops. An ongoing discussion.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Holler.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Chair Long and Commissioners. At the Commission meeting last September, Chief Counsel Toby Darden and I spoke about Commission Regulation 1005, which is the minimum standards for training, and the current PC 832 courses. Everyone agreed that the current 64-hour course, which is 40 hours arrest, 24-hour firearms, needed to be looked at. We held 2 workshops, one in January, one in February, with 14 different stakeholders and subject matter experts representing the Commission, Cal Chiefs, Cal Sheriffs, Probation, BSCC, CDCR, and current PC 832 course presenters. In the workshop, our focus was to look at limited peace officer classifications, what their job duties are, and what the training requirements should be. The group came up with the following concepts. For any position that requires the performance of general law enforcement duties, completion of the regular basic course, also referred to as the academy, would be required. When it came to the PC 832 introductory course, the group's thought was to create 2 different levels of PC 832 courses. The group went over what the course content should look like in those 2 levels. So we provided them with the training and testing specifications, and they went through each learning domain. The first level, which we're titling PC 832 Arrest Basic Introductory Course, is aimed at the correctional officer, probation officer, coroner deputy, jail deputy, code enforcement, security guard type positions. In reviewing the content, the group was split on multiple topics. However, there was agreement in some of the content, such as use of force, that that would add hours to this course, which is the current 40 hours. Then we would separate the firearms component of the course for those positions who require them to be armed. Several additional learning needs and objectives were proposed to be added, and there was discussions on the testing. This would also add hours to that current 24-hour firearms course. The second level would be a course for limited peace officers, which would include more content than the course I just spoke about, but then less than the academy. This course would be for those limited peace officers such as park rangers, airport security, harbor patrol, et cetera, who fall under the control over a post-participating agency. With this classification, the group would like them to be required to complete some form of CPT or annual training. We are here today to get your feedback on whether we should continue in this direction or look at something else. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Toby to discuss some of the legal considerations.
Good morning, commissioners, and I'm glad we have Kelly and Rick here. So I won't go into a lot of the detail that maybe I did with advisory. One of the questions that did come up, though, I was there for 4 of the 6 days. On one of the days I wasn't there, and I believe it was from you, Rick, was the question of can post lawfully have different levels of an 832 PC course? And the answer to that question, in my view, is yes. And the reason is that what 832 says is that every person that is described in the penal code as a peace officer, and that's in chapter 4.5 for those penal code nerds like me. And that, if you look at it, that starts with 830.1 and then goes all the way through 0.2, 0.3, 0.31, 0.33, et cetera. And there's, probably close to 200 of them in the penal code. And so what 832 says is that every person that's described as a peace officer in that chapter has to complete an introductory training course prescribed by the commission prior to exercising peace officer powers. And in my view, just as a matter of statutory interpretation, that says we can go through the penal code and say 830.1A1 has to have this training, A2 has this training, et cetera. And we can go through the penal code in that kind of level of detail. One difficulty that I think we would have is if we're talking about a limited function officer, I think it would be difficult for us with respect to non-post participating peace officers for us to try to do that within 832. In other words, to say, if you drive code 3, you have to have this kind of a course or whatever. Now, I think we can do that in terms of describing a limited function peace officer. I think we can do that for post-participating agencies that want to subsume within that post-participating agency what might be considered limited function harbor patrol or airport or park rangers or something along that line. And I know that's something that has been discussed in these various discussions that we've had. And I think we can lawfully do that. But with respect to non-post participating agencies, we have, very specific ability to regulate them. And that is, are they peace officers that are in 13.5.10.1, the SB2 categories? Well, we can regulate them. Are they peace officers that are within a category that the legislature has said that they have to take post-training or have a basic certificate? We can regulate them. And then 832. With 832, we can say if you are appointed pursuant to a particular penal code section, we can define what the 832 course is. So as we've said, it's been pretty clear that the 832, the 40 hours is not enough. Like I mentioned yesterday, I think I took that course in 1977. It was 40 hours. It's still 40 hours. And so I think everybody has agreed that that course has to go up, and that was clearly what the group said. With respect to this second level course, though, the thing that the commission's going to have to think about is if we want to do that, and we do that in the context of post-participating agencies that by regulation or rule set by the commission, we're going to define what a limited peace officer, a limited function peace officer is within that context of that post-participating agency. We can certainly do that. And the thing that's come up that the commission would need to consider is sort of the question of, well, what about the reserves? You've got a level 2 reserve that may have to take more training than perhaps what is decided for this limited function park ranger. And if that's the case, then you've got park rangers rolling and able to handle certain calls, perhaps on their own, although there may be a RBC officer somewhere, by radio or whatever, nearby. But then you have a reserve officer right next to that limited function park ranger that would not be able to take action. So those are all the things that I think we'll have to consider. And obviously, we're kind of at the beginning still of this, and it's going to be a substantial amount of time and take a lot of work for us to push it through. But okay, that's enough for me. I'll be quiet. Hard for a lawyer to be quiet, but I'll try.
Questions, comments?
Marcel, we've talked a lot about doing something with this penal code because it's so cumbersome.
Right.
In my association, I probably have most of those people, and some of them are very limited. And the whole idea is now, especially since we live in a nation state, is we should have everyone trained appropriately, all pro certified, cross-trained with the various weapons that all the agencies carry. So when you have a major incident somewhere and you need to move 1,000 people for mutual aid or more, everyone's trained the same. Everyone has the same knowledge and the same weapons, ammunition, and all those things. Isn't that something that we should be more focused on and recommending than the sections?
A very, very, very interesting discussion, and two parts there. The first is whether or not the legislature might in some way decide or a bill might go through consolidating these positions. And I know I have heard some discussion that perhaps some folks may want to bring it forward, and somebody may want to carry a bill that basically says if you are a peace officer and you're able to exercise the functions of a peace officer, then you would go through the basic course. And that's certainly something that could be looked at. And so the legislature could say any peace officer has to go through the basic course or has to have a basic certificate. If that doesn't happen and the legislature doesn't do it, then the question again is, do we want to set these does the commission want to set these differential training standards to the extent that it can by law? And again, we have very clear power with respect to participating agencies, our power with respect to non-participating agencies. We have it just depends on the agency. So the question is, do we want to do differential standards? And I've always said, if the commission wanted to say that the 832 course, which is the course that every person described in the chapter must complete, this introductory course prior to the exercise of peace officer powers, the course prescribed by the commission. If we wanted to say that was the RBC, we could. That might create a lot of problems for the public officers that have to take it, and the animal control and the building inspectors and those folks who the legislature said you got to take the 832, probably with the expectation that it's a much lesser course than the RPC. So that might be difficult for those positions. But so I appreciate both those comments. Really, they're either policy questions for the commission in terms of how you want to do these differential standards, or it's a question for the legislature.
Having been a person who has worked with some of those folks, if you end up going to a location where you're going to effect an arrest, or you may effect an arrest or something of that nature, if you're a full-time officer, fully trained, and you go and your backup is the guy with just 832,
right? It's
an extreme liability because they usually make few arrests. They don't get much training. And so now when you get there, you've got to babysit that person and watch them close, because you may be getting into a conflict. And usually I found is if you had to go hands-on, they weren't of much use because they just don't have the training, don't have the abilities. And so, I'm a proponent of getting rid of all those penal code sections and having everyone trained the same. Because then you've got a much better backup when you go to meet with somebody and you have to do something dangerous.
Right. Well, and keep in mind that, one of the things that sort of started us down this path is we started under SB2 to get inquiries. Well, not inquiries. We had folks that were going into our EDI system and inputting themselves as captains and lieutenants and chiefs of police, and they had their own standalone little police department, and they only had 832. And of course, when we found that, we've gone in, my legal department has gone in and initiated discussions with them and with their governing bodies about that. And most of those governing bodies have pulled that away. But that's one of the things that happens when you have a standalone 832, that somebody can say, I can now be a peace officer and strap on a gun and take, 64 hours of training. So these are all, very difficult questions. But the question that you raised, with respect to that limited function officer, that's gonna arise whether or not somebody is trying to be a limited function standalone harbor patrol or whatever officer. But also if the commission decides to go the route of having, agencies subsume limited function entities like park rangers or whatever, or harbor patrol within the department, the sheriff's department or the PD, that issue is still going to exist, because then you're going to have, park rangers or harbor patrol or whatever, they're going to be rolling to a call and maybe there's a police officer, a full police officer, a sheriff's deputy nearby, or maybe there won't be. So these are the kinds of problems that the commission's going to have to
We got
wrestle
to,
with.
I think the state, at least, we got to this point by putting a dollar in front of all these positions. They did it because it's cheaper.
Right.
We can put somebody through 832 and we can give them, call them quote a peace officer, so they can go in and subpoena records and remove records and things like that, but we can pay them a whole lot less. And they're not near as bothersome when we train them. The problem is that they a lot of times become a liability when you put them out in the general law enforcement field, and they simply don't have the ability and skills and the training to do that job when they're put with those that are, if you mix them.
Well, we've heard that directly. I remember Kern County when we had them here. I mean, that was one of their concerns, is that they don't want to have to, put a park ranger through the full RBC because, it's going to be more difficult. They'll have to pay them more. They'll have to pay them like full deputies. And so the idea is that they want to keep them and only have the more limited training. So you're right. That's definitely a
And
concern.
also endanger their lives because they don't have access to a weapon to defend themselves either. So, and it's always been the dog. I just throw it out there. That's something that we should constantly be thinking about, and we should quit band-aiding all these different penal code sections.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Before we ask Chief Salazar, because I know the advisory committee had a very robust conversation on this yesterday, may I ask our executive director to repeat his comments from yesterday in terms of kind of a general timeline of what we may be looking at for these changes and reforms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping that we would have this done by 2025, and I think I was the only person in the room who had that idea. I think everybody that was participating was of the opinion that this would be 2026, 2027, that this is going to take some time, more workshops, more engagement with the law enforcement community to sort this out because of the complexity of it. And the challenges that we obviously face. So it is going to be a while. It is not going to be by the end of this year that we'll be able to bring something forward in a final product before the commission. It's going to take some time. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, so I want to thank Manny for that. And I really can't emphasize enough, Commissioner Barcelona talked about how we could simplify it in state. But absent some legislative change, it's going to require us to change our regs. We know we have to do it. And I want to commend both Toby and Carrie's staff. They've been really, really good, particularly when we went through each of the LDs and really taking a diverse group in the workshop that had approached it from a different perspective and really walked everybody through it. So it's not a simple task. There's a lot of stakeholders all the way down to local government that's not public safety because they've got their animal control or the building inspectors. So there's a whole lot of stakeholders out there that are impacted by whatever decision we make. So sometimes you got to go slow to go fast. And we had some lessons learned from the SIBC with the DAs when we don't include people up front, how much pushback we can get. So it'd be great if the legislature acted quickly and could fix things if they want to fix it. And more than happy to help Commissioner Barcelona with that one, because that would be a much better fix in the long term. But staff is doing a great job in actually getting everybody to the point they need to be and allowing people to express their opinions and getting a diverse group in the room. from STC and BSCC and CDCR, and everybody's at the table, which is really, really good. So thank you to staff and to Toby's staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gordon.
I would just like to echo Commissioner Brazil's comments. I think it was very, very productive, but it also highlighted the diverse level of opinion. But I will say, I think there is definitely, I think after all of the different diverse opinions, a lot of support for what Commissioner Barcelona is referring to. You know, there will have to be I think, some sort of carve out for those that are not carrying firearms, unless maybe it's for a euthanasia of an animal or something like that. But for those fire inspectors and those code enforcement officers that are not actually doing law enforcement duties, it's very different. But I think after we started talking through and we're trying to determine how many hours or how many, what should that course consist of, it was very hard to actually cut hours out of the basic academy to come up with that. And I think that was the lesson there. That was definitely something that everyone was trying to figure out how to do that, but it does become a challenge. And I think, like I said, to Commissioner Barcelona's point, I think there's actually a lot of support for the legislator making some changes. And if not, it absolutely has to be done, you know, at the post level. And I really want to commend staff. They did a fantastic job with facilitating and really trying to get everyone to think and work together from a lot of differing opinions. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional comments from the commission.
Barcelona. I wasn't criticizing you guys, by the way. I've just been frustrated with dealing with all those different positions over the years. Many of those are members in my association, and we've had to work to get them, get bills done and agreements with administrations to train them and get them into the peace officer class. So when you do that, some of them don't make it. They can't make the cut. But I wasn't criticizing your work. I was just criticizing what we have out there.
Yeah, and I didn't take it that you were, and believe me, we have also felt the frustrations. It's a very difficult area.
Chief Salazar, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did have a good discussion on this topic yesterday, and I'll try and summarize it as best I can. But discussed, what we're hearing right now from the commissioners, the complexities of this particular issue. Sheriff Honey in particular described, with regards to 832, the challenges, particularly in the Northern California environment, to even get access to 832 courses as it exists now. And so he talked about the challenges there. And then if there were two different types of 832 courses, the challenges that could present for people, whether or not they took the correct 832 course for the position that they're looking for, what other subject matters would need to be considered, particularly as it relates to jail deputies and agencies that obviously run correctional facilities, obviously use of force, but what other topics would need to be added. And then really kind of a lengthy discussion with regards to, considering a modular approach to the issue, but then how changes to 832 would impact the current modular existence. So modulars 1, 2, and 3. And I think you may have already heard the example, but where you may have an 832 designated park ranger who has more authority than someone who's completed module 2 or 3 as a reserve police officer and has to work supervised, or as a park rangers enforcing laws without being supervised. So we discussed, the complexity with that, how it would impact the modular approach. And I think in a nutshell, that was the discussion. It was some discussion with regards to who is able to provide the training. But again, so generally access to the training, how it impacts the current modular approach. And that, I think, summarizes the discussion.
Thank you, Chief. I can attest to, and again, thank the advisory committee for what was a very detailed and robust series of conversations on these items yesterday. It's extremely helpful going forward. If there are no more questions on this item, we'll move to the last consent item, and Legislative Liaison Megan Polis will report on the RIPA annual 2025 annual report, the Racial Identity and Profiling Act report. Ms. Polis.
Good morning. So as we all know, every year the RIPA board releases its annual report, and within that report, they include recommendations to the post commission. So this report is a compilation of those recommendations along with a response to those recommendations and the analysis that supports that response. I won't read the entire recommendation in its entirety, but I will summarize it along with the analysis, and I'm happy to take any questions. So the first recommendation, there are 5 total this year. The first recommendation is not a new recommendation from the RIPA board to post. It is to basically evaluate the academic research behind post training. They would like post to determine the quality and relevancy of the training to the job. Post should evaluate all courses, not based on the total number of hours, but whether the training is effective in changing the officer behavior or can support desired policy outcomes such as police reform or crime reduction. Post's response to this recommendation is to take no action as there are lack of resources available. This recommendation was also made during the 2024 report. And at that time, Post stated they did not have the resources to measure the effectiveness of individual officers' outcomes of training, and then that should belong at the granular level with the agency that employs the officers. And I will add that we had conversation of that just yesterday at the advisory committee meeting, where one of our committee members did acknowledge that they do have instructors that do follow up with these officers to evaluate essentially what RIPA is asking Post to do. So I think the argument from us is just continues to be that we don't have the means, and it's kind of out of our scope to measure the effectiveness of each officer individually for all training. The second recommendation is to revise the process for evaluating law enforcement training in course certification and its quality assessment plans to include additional course criteria that incorporate training outcomes based on officer actions and behavior in the field. The response to this recommendation was no action required as it was outside of our scope of work. In the analysis, we state that the post-certification process and the quality assessment program are both 2 distinct processes to focus on the delivery of the training, and neither were designed to address the individual student or officer outcomes after leaving the training. So it's a similar analysis as to recommendation number 1, and that again, Post scope and goal is to focus on the quality of delivery of training and ensuring that our regulatory standards are being met. The third recommendation is to formally evaluate learning domains 3, which is principal policing, and learning domain 42 in the regular basic course to evaluate those comprehensive module tests. Post partially supports this recommendation, and that the comprehensive testing for LD3 is already placed in other LDs, and that we agreed that we would research the possibility of incorporating a comprehensive module test in LD 43, which is the cultural diversity learning domain. The fourth recommendation is to develop guidelines to assist law enforcement agencies in developing procedures to conduct adequate investigations into complaints alleging bias, and guidelines that assist law enforcement agencies with aligning their policies. And the guidelines also apprise law enforcement agencies how to educate the public in which a complaint can be filed, or ways in which a complaint can be filed. So Post partially supports this recommendation. We've already begun identifying subject matter experts to develop these guidelines out of Assembly Bill 443, which requires Post to create these guidelines by January 1 of 2026. And we've included RIPA board members on in the workshops as subject matter experts. The fifth and final recommendation is, is to issue guidance apprising officers and law enforcement agencies about the anti-retaliation and workplace protections afforded to an officer who files a complaint against a fellow officer or their agency, or who cooperates with an investigation into an allegation of serious misconduct. We marked this as no action required, as it's already covered sufficiently in California Labor Code 1102.5, these protections. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from commissioners on the RIPA report? That report, Megan, if commissioners want to access the report, they can find it where and how? Since it just really came out for this meeting.
Yeah, right now, it's just in the agenda item.
Report now in the agenda backup? Because it wasn't.
It's there now.
Okay. Okay, so it's available if anyone wants to read the full report. Comments, questions? Thank you, Ms. Polis. Chief Salzar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The advisory committee did have a brief discussion on this item and received the report. Generally agreed with the Post response to the report, but also expressed concerns of the RIPA board's continued attempts to expand its scope of work, and then just concerns based on the recommendations that are based on data that's not academically collected, researched, or peer reviewed. And that was the comments from the committee.
I'll add a comment to that. And I don't know, Chief Cooper, before you leave the room, Chief Cooper may even have an opinion on this, but when we were working on the RIPA, I as staff and Chief Cooper as a member, as an influential member back in 2015 or so, I do wonder about, to some degree, the Advisory Commission's comments yesterday about mission creep. And they seem to be, in my estimation, somewhat legitimate. I don't know how far afield RIPA needs to go. I think it's a topic for discussion, but I do think to some extent, as comments were made in the advisory committee yesterday, I wonder if it endangers cooperation and respect when they start to go afield. So I think that those comments from the advisory board yesterday were well placed. I didn't mean to draw you into this, Sheriff. I just remember you were around at that time, and it was a focused charge from the legislature for the RIPA board.
And there was, and the big issue was, I mean, really no look back on that. Obviously, we were in different times and circumstances there, and it was a different environment. A lot of things came forward, and some were good, some really good changes, and some were not so good, and we're still left dealing with it. So I think everyone knows there's some issues with it, and it's tough. It was, like I said, at different times, and now that we look back upon that, there's mistakes were made on some of these issues. And you have current members that are there right now that admit to that we need to go back and make some adjustments on that. Whether they have the appetite for that, I don't know.
But I think your point's well taken from the advisory committee yesterday, so thank you very much. Before we move on to finance, and I'll ask Connie, do you need a break? Okay, then we'll take, before the break, however, I do think there was someone who wanted to offer some public comment and who arrived a little bit late when we were doing public comment. I would like to afford them the opportunity to speak. There we go. And as usual, we would like to limit public comment at this point in the meeting to no more than 3 minutes. So thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I actually wanted to talk to the points of what they discussed with you right now, so I will forego public comment. But I do want to talk to the bias training. And I want to say thank you to all of you who sit on this commission, who fight to support what community members also want, which is public safety. And that's the safety of having officers on our streets who will treat us with dignity, respect, and follow the laws. We are in support of this commission because we do want officers decertified. I did hear a commissioner talk about officers with multiple complaints. I have sent a lot of complaints to this commission by way of email. And in those complaints, multiple officers have received multiple complaints for the things that they've done. Not only do I feel that San Diego Police Department needs bias training for their investigations, I look forward to law enforcement agencies having more tools to effectively investigate complaints of biases. Not even a year ago, SDPD, which had multiple complaints of racial biases, said they found no sustained findings of racial bias within their San Diego Police Department. And then there was a news article that came out where one of their sergeants, Sergeant Woodland, made a comment that canine dogs only bite dark meat. And that sergeant is still a sergeant. He is still employed with San Diego PD. And we have a Marcus Evans who has had 2 canine dogs unleashed on his body while he was barely clothed, with his hands up, had only shorts on, no weapons. And we are frustrated because we understand that what Sergeant Woodland said in SDPD is actually how they operate. I also hope that this agency will recommend amendments to SB 2 to force law enforcement departments to comply with SB 2. We are under the understanding that San Diego Police Department and the Sheriff's Department have not complied with SB 2 and have not forwarded you all of the records that they should for law enforcement officers who have fallen under the decertification bill. We would like to further ask that you understand that we are heavily holding on to you all to decertify these officers because our district attorney has said that the only recourse that community members have when officers use excessive force, as the officer Daniel Gold did not too long ago, like I think it was January 28th when he shot the 16-year-old Black kid, Kanoa Wilson, without even identifying himself. Not even knowing that he had something in his hand.
Excuse me, just, I'd hate to interrupt you, but could we, I think you missed the initial admonition this morning for public speakers, but if you could try not to comment on what will be pending cases.
That's fine.
That's not appropriate this time. So
That's fine.
thank you very
Can
much.
I get my few seconds back?
Absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you. It's imperative that you all understand how difficult it is for community members, those who are grieving, those who are witnesses, and those who need you to decertify officers. So please hold this serious as you have. Please know that we support you. We appreciate all of you, and we need you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interest, continued interest, and for coming today. Thank you very much for your time. At this point, I think Connie desperately needs a break. What I think we should best do before it leaves, let's take a 15-minute break now. We'll come back, do finance and the contracts, and then break for lunch. So what is that? Seats. Proposed 25-26 budget in particular, and what exactly the proposed Jan 10 cuts mean for post, where they may come from. And even more context, although obviously Mr. Osborne can't and shouldn't address detail about what may happen, looks to be the type of budget year where there'll be retrenching, not expansion, and how might that affect post going forward. So Director Osborne, if you'd like to open up before we turn it over to Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Chair Long. Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah, I wanted to provide a quick snapshot regarding the 24-25 Budget Act and its impact to post. So the Budget Act of 24-25, as implemented through the Department of Finance, had two distinct reduction item areas. The first one is regarding Control Section 4.12, which I know you all know what that is, but it's related to vacancies. Then Control Section 4.05, which basically is a reduction overall budget. So the Department of Finance last year generated 3 letters, 2 in July, 1 in August, that provided guidance to each state agency as to what their marching orders are to basically reach their budget reduction goals. First, I'll talk about the CS 12, 12, which is regarding vacant positions. So the overall goal for the department, for the state, was to eliminate approximately 10,000 positions and roughly $1.5 billion in salary savings was their top side goal. So Post went through an exercise to identify every vacant position with the lens of which would be less impactful to Post if we were to eliminate those positions. We identified less than 10 positions, all on the traditional Post side of the house, that we submitted to Department of Finance for approval, and it's still pending. Happy to report, as you heard, of the backlog of cases on the SB2 side of the house. All of those positions that were vacant on the SB2 side, we were able to get exemptions for those positions, so they will not be touched when Department of Finance finally makes its determination of which positions to cut. Regarding Section 4.05, also each state agency was to cut 7.95% of their overall operating budget. So Post, we went through every particular line item looking for operational savings, and happy to report that we've been able to reach that goal, submitted our recommendation to Department of Finance. We'll be able to make those cuts without any impact to training or deliverables to our law enforcement partners. Any questions on those two items before I transition into 25-26? Okay, so hearing none. So also just, we talked about vacancies. I wanted to kind of give a report on overall vacancies at Post as of the end of February. We are approximately 20% vacancy rate. What that equates to is 52 positions are currently vacant at Post. And so considering in the past 2 years with the increase of positions for SB2 coming from, where we are at 263 positions, having 20% vacancy is not too bad, but we're still working really hard to beat the bush to try to get those positions filled. And of those positions, 28 of those are on the SB2 side of the house. Lastly, on 25-26 budget year, you may have seen the Jan 10 budget. Post took a $2.7 million hit from its budget from 24-25. And so happy to report that still, even despite that initial cut, through some efficiency we've realized in the past couple of years on our reimbursements on our local assistance, and more officers go into our learning portal, we're able to absorb that budget deficit without any impact to the field or any deliverables. Pending any questions, I will turn it over to Bureau Chief Smith.
Can you
Commissioner Wolry.
Can you go over that again?
Happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Smith.
Good morning, Chair Long, Commissioners. I'm just going to go over where we currently stand with the expenditures for 24-25. This is an overview of both the state penalty fund and the general fund of our overall budget of approximately 112 million. We've expensed as of February 11th, it was approximately 48 million, leaving a balance of 64 million. And then the next slide shows state penalty fund. And then the different appropriations that we have. So we have standards training, the peace officer training, and the post administration. So of that, it breaks down to, we have a little over 46 million. So far we've expensed or encumbered over almost 18 million, leaving a balance of 28,892,579. The next fund is the general fund. Again, breaking it down with standards, training, peace officer training, and then the post administration of the budget of a little over 63 million. We've expensed over 30 million, leaving a balance of 33 million. And that is it. The next slide shows training reimbursement. Oh, we're missing it. There was a slide for training reimbursements. Well, it was going to show you how many training reimbursement requests we had processed so far for the last 2 years, and then currently for this year, and the amount that was. But next we're going to go into, contract expenditures. So this is just the overview of the contract expenditures for the current contracts for 24 and 25 and where it's at currently as of February 11th. Does anybody have questions in regards to any of that?
Okay, well, then we'll now move to the money question for 25-26. The commission is required to approve any contract spending authority that exceeds $250,000. So do we have the 25? Can we get the 25-26?
It's the training reimbursement requests.
What's that?
This is the training reimbursement request slide, what we processed for 22-23, 23-24, and where we currently are for 24-25. And then the next slide will show the contracts requiring commission approval.
So what we'll do now
This
is we
is-
will consider these contracts. Oh, that's the wrong slide.
Yep.
Well,
Is there another slide?
do you have, we can use this if the commission slide's not available.
Chairman, are we going to be taking each individual contract number?
What I'd
in
like
our
to do,
agenda?
what I propose we do, especially if we can get the other order up, if we can't, we can use this, is go by bureau for a vote, take a vote by bureau. And not go over every contract unless a member or commissioner has questions about that particular contract or would wish to abstain from a vote on that contract. We'll call that out separately, or vote no on a contract. We'll call that out separately. Otherwise, my suggestion is that we consider the contracts as they appear on the table by bureau. We'll vote on them by bureau with one motion and one vote per bureau, unless any member wishes to abstain or ask for a presentation on that contract. Staff is available and ready to present a report on each contract if any commissioner wishes.
If I may, Chair, just for
Yes.
the newer commissioners. So basically how we do that to be as expeditious as possible is by bureau, like for example, training program services, you see there are a number of contracts. And the idea is that we will do a voice vote, but as we get to you, if you vote aye on all, but you want to abstain from one, or aye on all, but no on one within the group, you can do that. But that's your opportunity to state by the bulk of the contracts within that bureau, if you approve them all, or if there are any or all that you believe you should abstain from, or that you want to vote no on by the specific contract. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear because I know we have some commissioners that haven't been through this before.
Didn't I just say that?
I think you basically did, but you know, lawyers, we can't help
I
ourselves.
think I just said that. They'll pull it up to do an order. We can, are they getting it? Okay. All right. So take a look at the contracts. They're all, some of the detail was in the agenda. If you'd like a presentation, please don't hesitate to ask for a presentation. Staff is ready to do so. We can start with training program services.
Okay, perfect.
don't know,
Training
please.
program services, if you have the attachment pulled up from the agenda on your laptops, it starts with the Institute of Criminal Investigations, or ICI. The program goal is to produce a highly trained and competent criminal investigator who can meet
Hold
the.
on a second, Ms. Smith. I don't think we need to,
You don't?
if we're gonna, yeah, unless someone wants a presentation and wants to ask specific questions on a contract, I think we can just leave them and we'll deal with them by bureau. So no need unless someone wants to see one. I in particular do have some questions on the supervisory course that I would like to raise before we go. If anyone has any questions on any of the others.
Mr. Chairman, I too have a question just on supervisory, the course, but it's very simple questions.
Go ahead, please. Commissioner.
I just wanted to know, how many weeks is supervisory versus management? I know we have no more sergeants or first line level coming out, and it seems like we're spending more money on the management versus the supervisory, which are lieutenants or equivalent and above. I understand SLI because how it's so many months, it's 8 months, so I understand why that's more expensive. So you'd answer that.
Yep, the supervisory course is an 80-hour course.
And the management course?
Management course is 104-hour mandated.
Thank you.
Any other questions on TPS contracts?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Johnson,
Thank you.
please.
These contracts, the 1 through 9, they discuss what they're for, but they don't discuss whom they're with. Are they with single source? Are they with multiple entities, private, public contracts with them who Post is entering into a contract with?
So on the agenda, so let's take management course for an example. There's an attachment with that agenda item for management course, and that attachment will show all the presenters of that course.
To that place in the agenda?
But which course were you looking at?
Well,
Each issue has an attachment in the agenda and has background on each of the contracts, and in general, who's providing the presentation and who's providing the coursework.
So I'm in the section C, finance contracts.
So while he's looking for that, I do have another question. Are there any big changes between the years on any of our contracts or presenters that we should be taking a look at the individual?
So I do
Contract?
not think there's a big difference. So it actually, on some of them, they're asking for less for 25, 26 than they had for 24, 25. Did you have any major presenter changes for any of the courses, programs?
No.
And I would, in answer to that question, I would think one of the other questions I will have going forward is just more explanation on number 13, the learning portal maintenance, which does look like a big increase, but there will be reasons for that. So Commissioner Johnson, are you back on the horse there, or?
I am, thank you. Thank you for pointing it out.
All right.
I may add to Commissioner Johnson's, one of his questions. So all of the presenters for these contract courses are either law enforcement agencies, community colleges, or CSUs. There are no private presenters that will have contract with us. Yes.
All right, so back to the Training Program Services Bureau, and there are those 9 contracts. My question's on the supervisory course that I raised last time as well. In general, I want to be very clear, I don't think there's any malfeasance here, nor do I think there's anything afoot, but I do think in terms of feet, it's not Post's best foot forward. I find the supervisory contract costs kind of emblematic of contract issues in many departments. There's a wide range of costs and charges for what should be similar services. If you go through the programs, the cost per course presentation vary wildly, from under 12 grand per course, LASD, Orange County SD, Alameda, San Diego, to 30,000 in Riverside and 50,000 for South Bay, which drives the average up to about 22,000 amongst the presenters. Now, there's always reasons for these things. I get it. You know, they don't have a conference room. We have to go here, or they need to bring out other presenters. We've got to go there. My question, and what I think looks to me like a vulnerability in post-contracting, I think contracts are always the place where a department is vulnerable. It's the place where LAO is going to, Legislative Analyst Office is going to go, or Department of Finance is going to go. And especially in a budget time where we're retrenching and we're looking to get support for our budgets and so forth, the last thing we need is to look a bit vulnerable on some of these contracts. My questions going forward, and I'm not trying to stop this contract or change anything, but I'm not satisfied with these basic questions that are there better, more creative presenter options? We're often with, well, they don't have the presenters, so we have to schlep these people halfway across the state, or they don't have a conference room, so we're going to go here. Are there better, more creative presenter options? Are we looking for them? How do we best incentivize lower presentation costs? These are all over the board. And specifically, are South Bay costs high across the board? Or just, I guess that's a specific question I would ask right now. Are they high across the board in their contract costs, or is that limited to the supervisory cost?
I would say that for South Bay, that their private, their college, they're going to pay for each of their instructors. If you're looking at an LAPD or San Diego PD, those are pretty much they already have their instructors, they're in-house, they're already paying them a salary, so they're not having to pay them. So it's different.
Right. And it's not just different, it's way more expensive. So are there different ways to look at this? And what is POSA doing to, we've talked about contracts over the years that I've been here. How do we best move forward with the most creative financial incentives we can find? And finally, you know, might it prove cost effective to ask the state auditor, who we already pay to do audits, to include the supervisory course? I just lay that out there as a potential suggestion to our finance folks. Going through the contracts, and I don't claim to have read every word that I could possibly find in all your contracts, but this one looks to be the most vulnerable. And whenever you have a series of contracts that are so disparate, it would seem to raise, and I understand that, you know, every one we can talk about a building or a presenter or so forth, but they are wildly disparate costs. So I don't know if anyone would, I'm not trying to blow up these contracts or anything, or suggest there's malfeasance. I do wonder, however, if we're using our best, our most creativity on this. I don't know if anyone would like to address that, Mr. Executive Director, or anyone else, but that's the gist of my comments on the supervisory course.
Chair Long, members of the commission, I'm Tom Chalk. I'm the Bureau Chief for Training Program Services. And to my right is Kenya Smith. She's our Staff Services Manager of TPS, who actually, she's my boss. She knows what's going on. But I just want to address that question, sir, regarding the supervisory course. We only have 16 presenters across the state that put on that course, which is, by the way, a Commission Regulation 1005 mandate for all new supervisors to complete that course within 12 months. And it, as a previous director for training of a large agency, it's a challenge to get people into courses to meet the commission regulation. But that being said, yes, the South Bay is an outlier when you look at the $50,000 presentation cost compared to, let's say, LAPD. They can do it for $8,000. And again, but you did mention already, sir, that those other agencies aren't paying, they're not billing us for meeting space or instructor fees. They have in-kind instructors come in and teach this, and we're not incurring a cost for that. But there is a true cost that these agencies are actually paying. So it's not a, why are we allowing a $8,000 presentation as opposed to a $50,000 presentation when it's the exact same material in the exact same hours? And That's a question I grappled with when I just came over to TPS recently, but that is what it is. And the region that we're presenting with South Bay, they fill a huge need for us, and their classes are full. We look at ways to be economic in terms of like make sure our classes are full. Are we doing the unnecessary presentations? And that's not the case. We're doing our due diligence, and on top of that, we're also right now looking at other presenters in the area. But it is a challenge to put on a supervisory course. It's a heavy lift. And but that is something we are looking at, sir.
Appreciate that. I do think though, real quickly, that pointing out the difference between $8,000 per presentation for the same course and $50,000, it is what it is, isn't good enough. I don't think. I think all I'm looking to see is that there's some awareness of this and some effort towards some creativity towards change, because these numbers are extremely disparate. Commissioner Gordon.
So I would just like to provide a little different opposing view when you look at this in a bigger picture, not just fiscally. When you're from an agency such as ours in Santa Barbara, sometimes that's the only opportunity that your new supervisors actually have to get out. So when we look at creative, if we were to take this online, part of that is the networking. It is talking through scenarios. It is breaking out into small groups that happen. It is actually what happens in the class that is very important. So we wouldn't necessarily, or I'll speak just personally as a chief, when I have an opportunity to send a new supervisor to a class that gets them out of their comfort zone, gives them an opportunity to network and to really learn, that's really important to me as a chief. That is my one opportunity for a new sergeant, a new supervisor to do that. So I understand our fiscal responsibility, but I just want to be mindful of how we're doing that and not missing that opportunity. I think for an agency like LAPD or the Sheriff's Department, LAPD is training all their supervisors to specifically yes, there's the course curriculum, but they're getting the LAPD way. I personally, that's a little different than what we do in Santa Barbara, just because we're a different agency. We're not, 8,000 strong. So what those supervisors do and what that looks like. So I wouldn't necessarily send one of my folks to that LAPD school, but it makes sense for at the size of that agency, they're going to send everyone through that, for LAPD. So I just want to give a little context from a practical standpoint as a chief is, whether we're sending down south or we're sending up to the, up to Monterey, to the South Bay where, there is a higher expense. There is some other value to that is not just the fiscal value. So just for a little perspective on that, if what I'm saying makes sense.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Nieto. Again, I've talked about South Bay again, and it is more expensive in our region. Cost of living is more expensive. Everything's more expensive. I think if we took it in context for the big agencies, they are providing the instructors. And if you actually broke down what those agencies are actually giving post the benefit because they're paying for it, I think the cost would be a lot more similar. Because LAPD, sheriffs, or whoever put these things on, they're paying for the salaries and benefits of those instructors, and they're not charging it to post. If you had to get a room in that area, again, they're not charging it to post, and so it'd be very similar. I do want to give a shout out to Post and kudos and to Manny. I do know because of the concerns about South Bay Regional that you guys are talking to some of the other areas such as Hartnell, who's not part of the regional, but it's one of our, in the Central Coast, it's one of our bigger colleges. And I've had those conversations too with them about what they can do because they're trying to break into it. That maybe it's going to save us a little bit of money, but I think if you did the actual comparison, you'd see that the monies wise breaks out pretty even of what it costs to put on, the real cost of putting on a course, not just what Post is paying out.
Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points on areas that perhaps, we can continue to work with South Bay on the costs. So as they give us their scope of work and their budget, Obviously, they deliver the training primarily, if I'm not mistaken, as south as Monterey County, all the way up to Milpitas, California. Is just in the ongoing dialogue we have with them. It is a 2-week course that if they have instructors in the San Jose, Monterey, Milpitas area, they should use instructors from that area as opposed to flying somebody up from Los Angeles, putting them in a hotel to deliver the same training. They really should try to focus on as much as possible on local instructors. That would reduce our cost significantly. Putting somebody up in a hotel for 2 weeks in the San Jose area is extremely expensive, and that's built into the budget. The other thing is something that AED Grotkow is very much on, and it's an ongoing discussion that we have, and this may contradict Commissioner Gordon a little bit, but is the uniformity of the delivery of the training. If you go to supervisory course for South Bay or LAPD or Rio Hondo, it should look fairly similar. You should get the same content. You should be trained the same way. Go ahead. Please.
Yes, it is the same content, but when you are with a group from all of South Bay and all different agencies, that's a different conversation than if you're sending just one of your folks from Santa Barbara to an LAPD class and those experiences are all within the LAPD agency. That experience is very different than some of your smaller municipals, was my point. So it's not that the content is different, but the conversation can be very different.
Sure. And I would say the content should be fairly similar, if not, the content is our content. So at a minimum, it should include our content, and the experience, I guess, is a better way to put it on for me, should be similar. And I'll give an example. South Bay, they deliver the training and they have, if my recollection is correct, they do it primarily in hotels. They have a big room where everybody meets, and then they have 5 breakout rooms for group breakout sessions. I believe that they're the only ones that do that at a hotel, and I could be wrong, but that adds a significant expense. That may be the right way to do it, and perhaps everybody should do it that way, but they opt to do it that way where others don't. And that's where I go back to uniformity. Should other presenters do the same, or should they not have breakout rooms? But having that uniform experience, I think, is important. You'll also notice some of the materials that are handed out. Each presenter hands out different material. Some of it is similar, but sometimes the material that's handed out, obviously we pay for. Shouldn't the material that you get at LAPD, the reading books and such, should they be similar to the books that South Bay handles or hands out? So that's what I refer to with the uniformity. We feel that there should be a little bit of a tighter rein in regards to uniformity. We've also looked at TRRs, training reimbursement requests specific to South Bay, just to find out, hey, are people, going to Monterey because Monterey is great, and then the Monterey folks are going up to Milpitas and we're putting them in hotels and paying twice as much. And that is not the case. Primarily, it's local people going to the course. So we're not necessarily getting hit on the back end, so to speak, with training reimbursement requests for people traveling to those courses. It's really the delivery of the training. In the last couple of years, as you all know, we've had similar discussions before the commission, and we've tried our best to find additional presenters for the supervisory course, which is what Bureau Chief Chalk mentioned. San Jose PD, I don't want to say reluctantly agreed, but they became a presenter for us based on our request. I think, I don't know if I'm going out on a limb by saying if we didn't ask, they probably wouldn't put it on. But it is very challenging for us to find additional presenters for a 2-week course in the South San Francisco Bay Area. But those are the challenges. We will continue to work with South Bay. They deliver a phenomenal product. They do a lot of our training. At times, it seems like the supervisory course is the outlier in the training that they deliver in terms of the cost, not the others. But all your points are well taken, and we assure you we will continue to work with South Bay. And as I mentioned, in the contracts that we deliver, for next fiscal year. Our intent is to put in there a caveat that 80% of the student population must be post-participating students. Everybody else will get billed, and if they don't have 80%, then the course should not be delivered.
And Mr. Director, Commissioner Nieto again, for South Bay, I would push them to using their local colleges more. I know South Bay is right there with CSUMB, but yet they do it in a hotel. I don't know what the politics are with the new president there about having classes on the college campus. It's literally on the same campus. But you have Hartnell and you have other, at least in the Central Coast, you have colleges that say, we'll take it. It really is just a matter of South Bay making an agreement with those places. And the costs are a lot different and the hotels are still close for the students because I understand you have to get to class, you get the airport to the hotel to class. And you have to have some place where they could eat, right? But there are those possibilities and I'd like us to push or maybe have those conversations with South Bay Regional, which could bring down some of our costs because I can tell you with the other hat that I wear, the other cowboy hat that I wear, which is a silver belly, but that hat that I wear, I've been having those conversations because I know there's interest from the other locals that aren't part of the South Bay Consortium, but yet they're colleges in our area.
Mr. Executive Director has a quick comment.
Yeah, I just need to clarify one thing that I said or correct one thing that I said, the 80% number for the class being full. We recognize that there are issues, there are last minute issues, fires, family issues and such. We will, the process we're going to follow is those, if they don't meet that number, they just need to contact us in advance or after the class is over, just to get approval. Hey, we're going to be at 70%. 5 people had to cancel because there was a significant event. And more than likely we'll still approve it. Obviously, we don't want to put any presenter out for a hotel contract or anything that they've already, incurred expenditures or are going to incur expenditures if we cancel the training. But we kind of want to force the classes to be as full as possible. Because as I mentioned earlier in the morning, we have noticed at times, because it's on a contract, and let's say it's $50,000 to deliver the course, and we get the bill and it's like, yeah, there's 10 people in the class. I'm saying that hypothetically, that shouldn't be the case. It should be as full as possible. So I just wanted to clarify that it was not a hard and fast 80% or else.
Noted.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, several things. I made some notes. One, it's a little discouraging because, Chair, this is like the 4th year you brought this up, and we keep having the same conversations. I find the attachment in here lacking significantly. I think we've asked staff many times to explain it. This doesn't tell our story, but our story needs to be told, much like Commissioner Gordon said. There is value having taught the management course and the supervisor course for over 25 years prior to coming on the commission. There's tremendous value in networking. And I think it would be better served for the commission to almost have a matrix on the supervisor course, since that's the one that's drawn attention now year after year after year. Describing, is it in-house instructors? Are they consultant instructors? Is it done in a hotel? Because we assume that cheaper is better. And much like the executive director said, maybe we're doing it wrong and we need to spend a little bit more money. This is one of the most important trainings we do in post, is the supervisor training for first line supervisors. And so just because someone is cheaper doesn't mean they're better. It may be South Bay's got it dialed and everybody else needs to pick up their game. So I think the frustrating part for me is we keep talking about this year after year after year, and yet we're having the same circular conversations every year at this time when it comes to the budget. So I'd be more than happy to work with staff and talk about some of the benefits that I've seen and disadvantages I've seen from agencies that train insular within their own agency versus agencies that send their people out or bring people in and the costs associated with that. But we're not telling our story. And we need to tell our story of what good is going on there versus having these conversations every year. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Commissioner Terrio, it's on the tip of your tongue.
Commissioner Terrio, I just attended and completed this course in January in Orange County. It was well done, and I agree with Commissioner Gordon. It's not something that should be put into an online format. It's definitely extremely important in the profession. If there's such a disparity, I agree with Commissioner Brazil. There should be some type of more of a further breakdown than what we're provided, especially if the commission's been talking about this for a long time. It is the most important course. Not that post-management and Sherman Block and command college are not important, they are, but perhaps a more robust explanation and breakdown is required. And, I think that might be a motion or something to be considered.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I don't believe you guys know better than I don't think it's ever been online. I don't think there's been any proposals to put the supervisory course online. So I want to be clear there. I appreciate the comments from everyone, and I want to summarize my concerns by saying, Commissioner Gordon may be completely right. Maybe that's the way we should be doing it. I'm not so concerned about the dollars and cents here. It's about the look and the ongoing disparity and the lack of kind of a clear explanation of why there's such a disparity. I do think it's a vulnerability. I don't think it's a good look, and I think that I'd like to see a little more effort towards laying it out for us or cleaning it up. And that's the extent. I'm not going to vote no on the contracts right now or anything like that. But I do think this is, if I was at finance or LAO, it's low hanging fruit. And I'm surprised no one's really looked at it. But anyway, at any rate, are there any other questions about this contract? Or if we can get the slide back up, or any of the other contracts in TPS? I didn't hear any questions or concerns. Would anyone like a presentation? Can you guys get that slide up? Would anyone like any other presentations on the contracts under TPS, the first 9? Otherwise, we can entertain a motion.
Nieto moves to approve the contracts 1 through 9.
Is there a second? Second, Woolery. Ms. Essex, should you please call the roll?
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun. Yes. Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doran. Jewel,
Yes.
Gordon, Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon. Nieto. Yes. Terrio,
Yes.
Woolery. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Move now to the Basic Training Bureau, or I think Mr. Alvarez would like to make a comment.
I have one question for the record. So with the TPS contracts, if we end up having to move money around and still stay within those limits, are we okay to do that? So I will give an example. Using supervisory course as an example, if the supervisory course is at 1.66 million, and we have another presenter that's already identified, or a presenter who wants to put on an additional course, are we permitted to go ahead and do that as long as it's the same presenters and we stay within that 1.6 million? I think that has been approved in the past, but I just want to ask if we're okay to do that, because sometimes courses get canceled and we want to move money around. The same will happen. I'll have the same question for EVOC contracts, but are we permitted to do that?
Same course, same amount, different presenter?
Correct.
Comments or questions?
Or same program, I'm
Program.
sorry. So for instance, ICI, we would not take ICI money and move it to the supervisory course. We would keep it within that ICI program, but move it around amongst the presenters. If that makes sense.
Questions? Concerns, comments, anyone?
Do I need to amend my motion and withdraw it, or do we need to take another vote, or?
No, I don't think so. No.
I think you're asking, are you not, whether or not this causes heartburn? If you stay within the program, you stay within the cost specs, you simply reorienting towards a different presenter?
Correct. So for instance, I'm going to jump ahead here. Like EVOC is a perfect example because they add an academy class, and let's hypothetically say that we have money from San Bernardino and now Riverside needs it because they've added a course, but we've already allocated all the money to Riverside for their EVOC course. Can we take San Bernardino's EVOC money that we know we're not going to spend and move it over to Riverside's EVOC budget? If that makes sense. So we would not be taking EVOC money and putting it in the supervisory course or taking money from the supervisory course and putting it in the management course. It's staying within those parameters amongst the presenters that we've already listed in the agenda.
So, Mr. Chairman, we voted on the overall numbers and we didn't open each contract individually to look at those presenters. So I would say the answer would be yes in my mind.
I would agree with Commissioner Nieto, would ask only that the changes be presented to the commission as information. Any concerns there? All right, then we move to the Basic Training Bureau. There's only one vote there, the EVOC course. Would anyone like a presentation on that course or have any questions?
I have comments on it. So on the EVOC contract, the attachment that's on the agenda lists out the presenters. It currently lists San Diego Sheriff as a presenter, but it's going to either be San Diego Sheriff or San Diego PD, either or. It's still going to be the same amount, but it could be San Diego Sheriff or San Diego PD. They're working that out amongst themselves right now. So once we have that, it's going to be one of those.
And if I may add, Mr. Chair, they run a joint academy. Historically, the contract was with San Diego PD. Then they told us this year to move it to San Diego Sheriff, and now they're talking about moving it back to the PD just for the foundational information.
But for this program, we're asking for not to exceed 4.2375 for EVOC.
Any questions? Is there a motion for the EVOC course?
Commissioner Doran will move it.
Doran moves.
Brazil second.
Brazil second. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun, Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring, Gordon, Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon, Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Wolverine.
That's
Motion carries unanimously.
13-0. Thank you, Ms. Essex. Move on to the Administrative Services Bureau, the State Controller's Office audits, the $250,000 proposal, similar, same actually as last year. Are there any concerns? Does anyone wish to report or make comment or question?
I have a comment. So we'd like to do a 2-year contract. So it'd be a maximum of 500 for, so 250 for each year. So the amount would be not to exceed 500, be expensed over 2 years. And this is for the training reimbursement request audits.
For the controller, for the auditor? For the State Controller's Office?
Yes.
Why, am I wrong? Why are we hearing about a 2-year contract right now?
2-year because we've been doing the same amount.
Right, but it's not in the background material.
It is.
It is?
It is in the
It's a
agenda.
proposal for 2 years?
In the agenda, it lists it out for 2 years.
So the request is for 250 for the next 2 years, and it is in the back. I misread them, my apologies.
Yeah, it's in the agenda item.
Okay. Any concerns about extending that for 2 years at the same amount? Then we'd entertain a motion.
Move Brazil.
Second, Terrio.
Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun, Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon, Johnson,
Yes.
Long, Moon, Nieto, Terrio,
Yes.
Wolverine. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Essex. We're moving out to the Learning Technology Resources Bureau. There are 3 contracts there. Does anyone have any questions or would like a presentation on any of these 3 contracts? And again, as we move through them, if anyone wishes to abstain for whatever reason, please feel free. I have a question on the Learning Portal Maintenance project. The background material is I may have missed something, it's fairly clear, but you see the 777,000 the commission approved for the current year and is asking for the budget year, at least in this chart, for $2.8 million. The background materials indicate that it's really a 2-year contract, but of course that wouldn't account for that difference. And I may have missed something, but if you could just walk us through, or walk me through anyway, how we go from 777 to 2.8 million for what would be a 2-year contract when that amount really would amount to, say, 3 years at the $777,000 level.
Sure.
So it's just kind of a math question of how we get to the 2.8 when it's supposedly for 2 years, but would be more than a doubling. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Long. Commissioners, my name is Roseanne Ritchell. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Learning Technology Resources Bureau, and we host the Learning Portal in my bureau. In order to bring you to that point, you're going to have to indulge me for a moment to give you a little bit of background and context to this contract. Back in 2021, Post was tasked with upgrading and modernizing our learning portal. And because of that, it triggered a process through the state. It's called the state's product approval life cycle, called the PAL process, which was a 4-stage process we had to go through that took approximately 1.5 years to 2 years to go out to bid and get other vendors involved, because prior to that, we'd had a single source vendor that we used consistently. And during that process, we went out to bid, and we ended up going with Blackboard, which is one of the state leveraged agreements. And we utilized Blackboard during that time. The amount for that during that 2-year period. And so during that cycle, it brought us into August of 2022, which was not in a fiscal year nor a calendar year cycle. And so we originally were given $1.662 million from that ended from 2020, August 2022 to August of 2024. And then that ended at the end of August. So in order for us to get to a fiscal year cycle for the next contract, we came to commission last year and asked for 9 months worth of money to get for that contract. So that money, the 775, was to cover the contract for a 9-month period with Blackboard, which now brings us to this contract, this 2-year contract we are requesting, which is 2.7 million. And what that breaks down to is approximately 1.3, almost 1.4 million per year. And during the development of the learning portal, originally we'd had about 25,000 users. Well, we now have enough data during the conversion of that portal to show that we have approximately 35,000 active users. We have 121,000 individuals that are enrolled, but at any given time, we have approximately 35,000 users. And when we go to the state leveraging agreement, we look at the cost for that, and my team went through a exercise, and for the 35,000 users, the total is 1.394 million. If we were to increase that, if we were to say active users, we have 120,000 enrolled. If we were to give all 120,000 people access to the portal to use it at any given time, that'd be 4.4 million. So we know that we don't have that many users. So what we've done is we actually give people access to the portal on a quarterly basis, almost like school. So once they log into the system, they have the 3 months to basically go in and take the course or any course, and then it logs them back out. That way we can manage the number of users, we can manage our money, we can manage the accounts. So we actually had an increase of approximately 25,000 users, which kicked the price up. So now the 2.7 going from the 9 months at 25,000 users to 2 years of over 35,000 users, that kicks the price up to the 2.7 million. And that's why you see that difference, because the contract before was only for a nine-month request to get us to the fiscal year, to put us on that cycle.
Thank you. That's the explanation I was looking for. Any questions from anyone or concerns?
Let me, no, I'm smiling. Actually, I think that's good. So we're So when I go and take course online, if I haven't done it in a quarter, I was logged out, didn't know it. I log back in, it kicks me back in for a license behind the scenes. And
Yes.
so people not using it, we're not paying for them. And
No.
I like that. That's good.
No, and it also, over the 23-24 fiscal year, we had over 600,000 hours of CPT credit that was logged into the system by the users. So we're trying to manage the users and the subscription so that we can be fiscally prudent in that regard, so that we just don't give carte blanche to anybody to take it if they do or don't take the course.
And if we're, I started to digress here, but I think this is really good to tell the story. Is we give, I use the example, CDCR access. So we got Department of Corrections getting access to our online portals. Are they paying for their subscriptions and reimbursing us for those?
Don't believe so in that regard. No, but we also, but one of the things that we do, and I wrote a bunch of notes prior to this in case you asked that, is we don't only just have users from post-participating agencies. We have DOJ, tribal police, we have Harbor Patrol, Airport Patrol, DA's office, probation. I mean, we have a number of people that come to post that want to take our courses, and we give them usability, but we don't, we might give them access for a week, maybe 2 weeks, because they want to get in, like for Prop 115 hearsay. They don't have accessibility to that. So we'll give them access to that. And it depends on the agency. DOJ, we just gave them access for about 15 of their folks for a limited time. So we limit the time frame that the post-participating agencies have access to our portal. And then if they want access again, they have to go through a permission again, which will come through me, and then I'll go to my AED, and it's sometimes elevated to Manny, depending upon who the request is and what the request is for.
Okay. So in reality, it could end up with no additional license cost because they're so small a number and they're so short in time that they were. Okay.
Yes, because they're not constant. They're just kind of one in, one out. They're one off, so to speak, where they just need information on that.
Perfect. And I'm that predictable. You had the question ready to go. That was good.
I did a little homework. I didn't want to get caught off guard.
Just in case Rick asks, I've got the answer because I know he's going to ask.
Yeah, you want to know the top 5 courses so far? I got all that.
We'll do that at lunch. I don't want to postpone lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Are there any other questions or comments on the Learning Technology Resources Bureau 3 contracts? If not, entertain a motion.
Motion Braun.
Second Cooper. Second Cooper. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona, Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon, Nieto, Perio, Woolery. Motion carries unanimously.
On our last contract, the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, post-SAD, and the Mark 43, up slightly from $1,003,500 to $1,004,000. Would anyone like a report on this item or have any questions or comments? Nothing. Crickets, is there a motion?
Brazil.
Second. Cooper. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun, Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson, Long, Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio, Woolery.
Long, yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That will take us to the lunch break. Are there any questions or comments before we break for lunch? It is 12:28. I think a half hour should do it. The lunches are here. Let's start up again at 1 o'clock. Thank you. We're adjourned. Well, we are in recess. Where'd we stop? Where did we stop, guys?
Page 9, well, D.
D. Oh, yeah. We should be able to rip through these. All right, we're going to move now to the Basic Training Bureau. We are ready and the staff is ready. Number one, under the Basic Training Bureau is a report on amendments to Commission Regs 1005, 1007, 1008, and 1059. The Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities. Basic Training Bureau Services Manager Anita Feiner will report on this item. Ms.
Thank you,
Feiner.
sir. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you. I heard you. Post-staff facilitated discussion with academy directors and coordinators regarding the need to update the 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities for Basic Courses, version 1.0 publication. It was agreed it was necessary to update the outdated publication. In 2024, Basic Training Bureau staff hosted 2 workshops to review and revise the existing 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities publication. Subject matter experts representing 10 academies participated. During the workshops, the subject matter experts proposed to repeal the 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities due to the outdated content, which is attachment A. Therefore, creating the proposed 2025 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities for Basic Courses, version 2.0, which is attachment B. Attachment C reflects 15 existing training and testing specifications that reference the 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities, and they have all been updated to show the proposed publication title and publication date. These training and testing specifications also have some proposed restructuring. The required test specifications were moved to follow the required learning activities, as there have been some confusion across the state from some of our basic course presenters as to the order of presenting the content. Basic Training Bureau staff wanted to ensure students were receiving all training to include required learning activities prior to any required testing. I am happy to answer any questions at this time.
Questions for Ms. Feiner on this issue, on this item? I have a quick question, Ms. Feiner. It's really apropos of not much, but you changed the name of it. I was just wondering why you dropped off for leadership, ethics, and community policing. Was it just we saving words, or was there a reason for the name change?
The reason for the name change in the second publication was the ethics leadership the leadership, ethics, and community policing is throughout the entire publication. So we didn't feel the need to replicate that in the new title.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, entertain a motion.
Cooper moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there objection to unanimous consent on this item? Seeing no objection to unanimous consent, such as the order, the motion is approved. We move to D2, which is a report on the same amendments, 1005, 1007, 1008, and 1059. Training and testing specs for peace officer basic courses, LD 32 and lifetime fitness. You probably recall this issue from our last meeting. We had a thoughtful discussion on body composition measurements. And I think advisory board member Muriel, can we credit you, I think, with the suggestion that is before us today. Basic Training Bureau Staff Services Manager Anita Feiner remains before us to report on this item.
Thank you, sir. During the November 2024 commission meeting, the commission directed post staff to remove the body composition measurement from the existing learning domain 32 lifetime fitness training and testing specifications as a required learning activity in section 6G. In reference to attachment A, page 32-7, post staff is presenting the removal of the learning activity. I am happy to answer any questions at this time.
Questions or comments? Chief Salazar was advisory board commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did have a brief discussion on this. As you mentioned, this was an item that our committee member, Tammy Morrell, brought up a couple meetings ago. So there was general support for this. And then just Sheriff One just expressed, the importance of not just lifetime fitness during the academy, but for lifetime fitness for officers, and continue to evolve and monitor that training for actual lifetime fitness. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Is there a motion?
Nieto moves.
Second.
Fuller, second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there objection to unanimous roll call? Unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion is adopted. We move now to the Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau. We'll have a report from Bryant Henley on an appeal to the commission regarding the denial of a private presenter, Mr. Jaquel Pitts. Welcome, Mr. Henley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, commission members. As a point of procedure, as a point of procedure, and Chief Counsel Darden, who represents the commission, they have already brought it up.
Is Mr. Pitts present?
Yes, just asking for the record if Mr. Pitts is present. If so, if he can come forward. Mr. Henley, was Mr. Pitts given notice of the date and time and location of this proceeding?
Yes, he was. He was provided notice and confirmed receipt of that notice.
Did you receive any communication from him with respect to whether or not he intended to appear?
Nothing other than confirmation of receipt of the notice and the time and place.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Mr. Henley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just that to that very point, as a matter of procedure, this is, as you described, an appeal to the commission. We don't have a lot of these that come up frequently, but there is a process in place, both in regulation and Regulation 1058, as well as Commission Procedure D16, which lays out a process whereby an individual who has requested approval or certification of a course, if is not satisfied with post staff's decision on that request for certification, that process permits an appeal all the way up through the executive director and then to the commission itself. And in this case, that's what we have, is a matter where this individual, Mr. Pitts, has made that request for an appeal. As a matter of the procedure, Commission Regulation and Procedure D16, it is the burden on the applicant to demonstrate to the commission that the post staff has erred in its decision. So that's the sort of the one threshold matter I want to present to you, is that the decision before you today, commission, and so it's more than just a consent item. This is a matter that would require a vote by the commission. The question before you is whether the executive director and post staff have erred in their decision to deny this request for certification of a presenter to present specific courses. And the process is that Mr. Pitts would be given an opportunity to present his remarks, followed by post staff, whom I represent here today, to respond to those remarks. Seeing as how Mr. Pitts is not present, I look to the chair and the commission in terms of your guidance. I am certainly prepared to present post staff's responses to the materials. And as you see, there are a number of materials that were attached to today's agenda from Mr. Pitts, his communications, as well as our responses. And I'm prepared to provide post staff's position on those matters if the chair and commission prefer.
Mr. Darden.
At the risk of repeating something that was just said, let me just say, so under the rules, as Mr. Henley noted, normally the appellant would come here, it's his burden, he would first present his case verbally to you. He's not here. Mr. Henley is here. So really, it's up to the commission now at this point. You've had the materials before you. You've had a chance to review them. And so the question would be, to the extent that the commission would be helpful to the commission as a whole to hear a presentation from Mr. Henley, we can certainly have him do it. or in light of the fact that the appellant has not appeared and has not presented his argument, if the commission feels like they can make a decision on the issues that were raised in the appeal without hearing from Mr. Henley, you can do that as well. So really, it's at the pleasure of the commission at this point. If it would be helpful to hear a presentation, we can. And if the commission does not wish to do that and can decide it based on the commission's review of the materials, they can do that as well. Also, just for the commission's information, normally what happens, and I know it's been a long time, but the last one that we did, at the end, if there is a vote by the commission, if it goes a particular way, then the commission as a whole normally delegates to the chair the ability to sign the final decision. We would write a proposed decision and the chair normally would sign it. And instead of having to circulate it to all of y'all, normally that's delegated to the chair. I would propose that we do that in this time. So having said that, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Let me clarify a couple of things. So Mr. Pitts is not available either by online or in any capacity today, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. He made no request to appear online and was provided again with the date, time, and location.
And this appeal, before being rejected by the executive director, was also rejected by the assistant deputy director, correct?
That is also correct.
And also by the
law enforcement consultant, Daniel
the
Schmidt.
LEC. Okay, so three levels of review and 3 levels of rejection. Okay, what's the will of the commission in terms of receiving more of an in-depth presentation from Mr. Henley, or are we willing to entertain? Are people ready to offer a motion? What's the will of the commission? Commissioner Gordon.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question after reading through all the material. He does not possess and has not completed the use of force instructor course for post.
That's correct, Commissioner Gordon. Under Regulation 1070, he has not completed those requirements.
So I'd be willing to make a motion unless my fellow commissioners want more information to proceed with this, because it's very clear to me that is, there's no black and white with that. Either you have or you have not, and that's a post regulation. So for me, I'd be comfortable making the motion to proceed.
Commissioner Braun,
Commissioner Braun?
I have one follow-up question. Has an exception ever been made for anyone else in this?
With regard, Commissioner Braun, just for clarification, your question is with regard to Regulation 1070 and the requirement of instruction for use of force. The short answer is no, but it's also important for me to clarify that that's a relatively new requirement that took effect in January of this year. One last point, if I may, Mr. Chair and Commission members. There were actually 2 courses that Mr. Pitts requested permission to present. We've talked about the use of force matter, and that is the matter that relates to Regulation 1070 and the minimum requirements. He separately also asked to present on strategic communication. So for the record, I want to emphasize that with regard to his second request, which is for presenting on strategic communication, there were also grounds that request was denied. Those grounds did not relate to Regulation 1070 because the strategic communication course is not among the courses that have those minimum requirements in Regulation 1070. And again, at the pleasure of the chair and the commission, I'm happy to articulate in more detail the reasons for the denial if that's appropriate, or if the commission feels they have enough information, I'm also certainly prepared to submit.
I do think it would be helpful because for purposes of the decision that ultimately would be written, that there are other grounds as well, as I understand it, for the action that was taken by the 3 levels of determination that it should be denied. So under the relevant post regulation, for instance, the instructor course is one part of it, but another part is, for example, whether there is or is not an unmet need and other determinations. And if you could very quickly just take us through under the regulation, the other reasons that have been articulated by the decision makers here with respect to the reason for the denial, because I think that's going to be important to go into the final decision.
Absolutely. I will proceed then. And very briefly, as Mr. Darden explained on behalf of the commission, there were 3 independent grounds that were described to Mr. Pitts as to the reasons that his petition and request to become a presenter were denied. And the first one, as Mr. Darden alluded to, is the regulations that we have. There's regulation 1052. That regulation, to an earlier point that Executive Director Alvarez mentioned, there's a process of uniformity for all training programs. We try to maintain and establish a uniform method and consistent way in which courses are taught. A lot of that uniformity can be found and is reflected in Regulation 1052. There are a number of factors that law enforcement consultants, our assistant executive director, and the executive director consider when deciding whether to accept or not accept a request to present on a particular course. 3 of those are relevant here. The first being whether there is a quote unquote unmet training need for the program. So when Mr. Pitts asked to teach a use of force course and separately asked to teach a strategic communication course, one question for our law enforcement consultant is, was there an unmet training need within the meaning of 1052 subdivision A1? The law enforcement consultant, Assistant Executive Director Grotkow, and Executive Director Alvarez all concluded that no, there was not an unmet training need for either the use of force program or for the strategic communications course program. That was in part because the use of force had over 200 lectures that were already available on use of force, including over 32 within the region where Mr. Pitts made his request. And then with regard to the strategic communications, there were over 80 strategic communications courses already in place, including one through the online post-learning portal. So that was the first ground, was the lack of an unmet need under Regulation 1052A1. The second ground that was identified by both Assistant Executive Director Grotkow and Executive Director Alvarez is that the course did not meet the course content factor. That's the factor in Regulation 1052A2. And that means that there has to be a particular type of content for each course. Depending upon the course, there are certain minimum standards. In this case, with regard to the use of force, the minimum standards of training are actually outlined in 1005 subdivision D4, large letter A4. And for strategic communications, those minimum training standards are outlined in 1005 subdivision D4, large A, sub 5. And with regard to each of those pieces, the course content that was described by Mr. Pitts in his application was pretty small, and I'll just read it to you. This is all he said. Quote, the candidate would be provided with proper takedown techniques, subject control tactics, as well as ground defense techniques. This presentation contains both handcuffing information as well as the expandable baton components, including critical guidelines. And that's the extent of the proposal from Mr. Pitts. I think as you hear it, there's not a lot about strategic communication, and it certainly doesn't meet the minimum requirements for the strategic communication course. Similarly, it didn't meet the minimum requirements that are outlined for the use of force course. So again, in summary, the second ground that the executive director and AED Grotkow rejected was that it didn't meet the course content factor of 1052A2. And last but not least, Commissioner Gordon's already identified with regard to the use of force course, and so I won't belabor the point, but with regard to the use of force course, the qualifications of instructors element was not met because Mr. Pitts has not met the qualifications under Regulation 1070. And maybe that wasn't as brief as it could have been, but I'll stop there and happy to answer questions of the chair or commission members if there are any questions.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? We have a motion, which we may need to massage just a little bit. Do we have Commissioner Gordon? Commissioner Johnson.
I'm sorry, second on the motion.
Okay, let's, Commissioner Gordon, can we hear can we hear some more specific? I think the motion should be along the lines of, I think this is what you're saying. We want to cover that we've covered the reasons. So for reasons articulated by staff, the motion would be for reasons articulated by staff, we would deny the appeal and affirm the executive director's denial of Mr. Pitts as a private presenter. Is that?
What you said.
Okay. There's a second from Johnson?
I still second the motion.
All right.
Perfect.
Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Solona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon, Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Wolverine.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Dard.
All right, then, in accordance with the past practice, I would ask if there's any objection, we would prepare a proposed decision and the chair would sign it on behalf of the commission. So if there's no objection, that's what we've done in the past, we'll do it this time. And I would ask the prevailing party to prepare a draft decision, send it to me for my review and determination. I will then finalize it in a manner that I believe is appropriate and give it to the chair.
Understood, and we'll proceed accordingly.
Thank you. We move now to POSAD, I believe. And the first item on the POSAD is a request for a final approval of the stipulated settlement in the case of Jaime Bermudez. Brian Henley will
Thank you,
report.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I thought I'd stick around for this one since I knew this was next. Members of the commission and Mr. Chair, as was described, this is a case that you have heard before. This is Jaime Bermudez is an individual somewhat similar to other cases you have heard, serious misconduct cases, in which it's a peace officer who has had more than one DUI conviction and therefore meets the definition of serious misconduct and under the acts that violate the law standard of serious misconduct. At the November 2024 commission meeting, Commissioner Brazil made a motion that the commission enter into a stipulated settlement and stay revocation of the peace officer's certification consistent with past agreements that this commission has adopted for repeated acts of DUI. Commissioner Brazil further proposed that within that motion, there should also be a settlement condition to ensure that THC is a prohibited substance. That motion passed unanimously with one abstaining vote. So since that time, since November, the post staff and our partners in the Office of the Attorney General prepared a stipulated settlement agreement, which is consistent with past agreements this commission has adopted with regard to other officers who have engaged in serious misconduct in the form of repeat DUI offenses. That settlement agreement was then signed by Mr. Bermudez on February 1st, 2025. That signed agreement is before you among the materials on your agenda today. And it is now before this commission to vote as to whether to adopt those terms and conditions and enter into the settlement agreement with Mr. Bermudez. One sort of difference from past practices and today, in prior cases where this was kind of a brand new issue for the commission, the settlement agreement was not part of the public record. It was presented to the commission. They were allowed to consider it in closed session and then come back and vote on the settlement agreement. And then those terms were disclosed. Now that we've had a few cases that have all been consistent in terms of the settlement agreement, the terms that are public in these other cases, we've gone a different path with you today, commission members. There is a public agreement that has been signed by both the Deputy Attorney General as well as the officer. Those terms are very similar to terms that have been involved in the other DUI cases you have seen, with one exception, and that exception being the additional term that Commissioner Brazil requested in November. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. I would say that I'm happy to, at this time, outline the high-level terms and conditions of the settlement agreement, if that will be helpful, or if the chair and commission members would like to proceed to a vote, I'm happy to stop speaking now.
Would anyone like to review some of the high-level agreements which we discussed at some length last time, Mr. Commissioner Brazil?
I think it'd be appropriate to go
Good.
over, so they're for
Please.
the record.
Okay,
Thank you.
of course.
Mr. Henley.
So, and again, these terms are generally very similar to terms that this commission has seen before. But the terms are that respondent has stipulated now to the filing of an accusation, which means he's also admitted to the truth of the allegations within that accusation. If this commission votes to adopt the settlement, then Mr. Bermudez's post-basic, intermediate, and advanced certifications would be revoked. However, that revocation would be immediately stayed, subject to the probation terms and conditions, which respondent must comply with for 5 years, or until he voluntarily surrenders his post-certifications. Some of the other standard terms are that Mr. Bermudez must obey all state, federal, and local laws. Mr. Bermudez must provide the commission with proof of completion of alcohol abuse treatment and counseling programs, as well as the results of alcohol treatment testing that he has taken to date. Mr. Bermudez has agreed not to engage in any acts of serious misconduct as defined in Penal Code Section 13510.8, including but not limited to any acts involving substance abuse related incidents. Mr. Bermudez must provide any current, future, or potential law enforcement employer with the terms and conditions of the stipulation. Mr. Bermudez understands and agrees that that settlement document is a public document. And Mr. Bermudez knows that if he violates the terms of the conditions of probation, the commission, after giving him notice and an opportunity to be heard, may set aside the stay of the revocation order and impose the revocation upon his certifications. And last but not least, Mr. Bermudez has agreed to abstain from the use of alcohol and cannabis, and at his own expense has agreed to participate in random biological fluid testing or drug screening program that is subject to the commission's approval. The length of time and frequency of those tests will be as many as 15 times per year on a random basis. And those, in principle, are the material terms that are before you today.
Questions or comments? Then is there a motion to approve the final stipulated settlement terms as agreed to by the commission and the respondent?
Mr. Doring seconds.
Well,
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun, Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon, Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
yes.
Moon, Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio, Lowry. Motion carries. Terrio left, so we have 12 yeses.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item number 2 is a ratifying vote on the current 14 peace officer revocations. I presume we're going to put those up on the board. Is a ratifying vote on the current 14 peace officer revocations based on felony convictions per Penal Code Section 1029. This is a ministerial action, and in fact, I believe the final time we will take such a ministerial action on these 1029 revocations. Going forward, presumably these revocations will be included on the consent calendar as a result of action the commission took, was it last meeting? Or the meeting before, 2 meetings ago. These are the 14 that are before us for Penal Code 1029 felony convictions. Are there,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
yes, please. I was going to say, and Ms. Weiler is here to present on the item.
Yes, so before you are the 14 individuals who have been deemed ineligible due to a felony or misdemeanor conviction identified in Government 1029 since January 1st, 2022 and are subject to revocation. I did want to slightly amend the chair's statement earlier. We hope this will be the last time that you see this list and have to vote on it. However, the proposed amendment is still moving through the rulemaking process. So if there are any determinations made between the agendizing of this list and the final approval of our proposed amendment, I will have to bring that back to you in June. Fingers crossed, that doesn't have to happen, but I just wanted to put that out there. So you may see me one more time with this item.
You never tire of seeing you, Ms. Weiler.
Well, that's good because I'm here for 4 more items.
Is there a motion to approve the report on peace officer revocations based on felony convictions?
Chair Long, if I may.
Please, Ms. Brown.
I am friends with one of the people on this list and he's brought it to my attention and he is contesting it with post. So I'm going to abstain from this vote because I feel conflicted.
Okay. You want to, okay, that's fine. There's a motion and a second. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Second.
Second.
Barcelona,
Didn't we have a second?
I'm sorry. Braun abstained. Brazil, Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio, Woolry. 11 yeas, motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Essex. Item number 3 is a report on the proposed adoption of Commission Regulation 1216, disciplinary guidelines to help the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board, the Commission, and ALJs when considering imposition of discipline for a peace officer who has committed one of the 9 acts of serious misconduct and is subject to suspension or revocation. Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Munayo, I believe Toby Darden and Ms. Weiler will all report on this item.
Yes, there are 2 items before you with relation to this topic. The first is the proposed text of the new Regulation 1216, post-disciplinary guidelines for factors for consideration of penalty related to peace officer certification actions. This is in essence the text that will adopt the disciplinary guidelines and incorporate them by reference. And then that is the second item before you are the proposed disciplinary guidelines that were developed with post staff and members of the subcommittee from this commission, Commissioner Gordon and Commissioner Brazil, as well as some guidance from our partners at the DOJ. I do have before me the comments that were provided this morning by Ms. Christy Love Hill. And we can address those as we go, or I can go through and address them first before the commission deliberates. There are also 2 items I wanted to bring to your attention as we move forward. Under each of the categories of misconduct, you'll see we list standard terms and conditions and optional terms and conditions as deemed appropriate. So something for the commission to consider as we move forward is whether we want to specify which standards, terms and conditions and which optional terms and conditions to apply to each of these categories, or if you would like to just leave it as is, as well as there is an optional term and condition related to domestic violence counseling, if that is something the commission would like to leave in here or remove it and just relegate that to any potential court determinations. Again, this as a reminder, these disciplinary guidelines are a minimum framework guidelines, not only for the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board, I'm gonna make sure I got that right, and this body, but also for our Office of Administrative Hearing, the administrative law judges, as they will be conducting these evidentiary hearings without much prior knowledge and experience in what it is that we are adjudicating in the field of law enforcement, the type of work that is being done, what they may or may not be subjected to, common terminology, what this body would like to consider as standards for revocation or suspension. So these are, again, minimum guidelines for them. They are by no means absolute. And this document will also be a living document and will continue to evolve over time as we continue to investigate allegations of serious misconduct and bring cases before this body for adjudication. That's my quick overview. If you would like to direct me where you would like to start any discussion, I have my handy dandy pen ready.
I think before we begin, I might ask Assistant Director Del Munayo, I believe where we're heading to is to not take a vote on these today, but to adopt some tweaks and some additional language going forward and bring it back for the next meeting.
Sure, that's, up to the consideration of the commission, whether they feel comfortable adopting them or they think based on some changes that we may discuss here today, they would like to see the document again in final form before making a final decision. So, yeah,
All
at your
right.
disposal.
Are there questions? What kind of questions and comments from the committee?
Commissioner Nieto? I would just like the things that were brought up by public comment earlier, if we could go over those items and point out where they are in the disciplinary guidelines, so we could actually read the document that Post provided before I decide to take a vote or ask them to do further.
Okay, do you want to do that now, or do you want to wait and see? I mean, if we put these over for if there's enough comment, well, I think what we're heading toward is putting them over for another, and then you would have additional time. Or do you want to bring this up now, Commissioner?
I'm going to defer to what the rest of the commission wants to do.
Okay. Why don't we hold off for just a moment on that and see what other questions and comments there are for additional changes. I know I had offered several to the staff that I thought they're relatively minor, but I think things we need to do, small things. On page 2 under preface, where we talks about the POSAB hearing is limited to a review of the division's findings and recommendations. No witness testimony or presentation of additional evidence or argument is permitted. It seems to me that should also be in the preface that applies to the commission. And it's so that should be added.
Agreed. There's also before the commission, there's the record of the board in addition to, right? So you have the transcripts of the board hearing, you have the board recommendation, and you have the 4 corners of the division's recommendation. So there is additional information available to the commission, but we can definitely make that more clear.
See that. I think the preface also notes the commission requires a 2/3 vote. We should probably also note that the POSAB requires only a majority vote. Are there any other concerns or questions that anyone has to add to this? Would anyone like to, we can go over the ACLU's 2-pager now. What is the inclination, the will of the commission in terms of making changes now and having additional time to look at these, or we can go over the ACLU statement now and take a vote today? Commissioner Gordon.
So before we get to the ACLU, I know I provided feedback after, and so I have a question because there's a particular area that's still in here that I have concerns about in the terms that this counseling and psychotherapy is still within that terms. And I'm going to continue to repeat my concerns about this. I do not believe that post should be, nor should the post commission be determining that someone needs to seek psychotherapy or making a decision when they've received enough treatment for that. So I'm going to continue to bring up that I do not think that should be in the conditions. I don't think that that should even be going forward to something that we give as an option to the ALJ as part of this, because ultimately it will have to come back to the commission to deem that no further therapy is necessary. And I don't think we should be going down that road.
Could I ask, just since Commissioner Gordon was instrumental in helping put these disciplinary guidelines together, could I ask for the commission why that remains when Commissioner Gordon did not want it included?
We want to put it before the entire commission for consideration. This does not state that the person has to continue to undergo psychotherapy or mental health treatment. It's an evaluation to determine the fitness to return to the profession. This is a term and condition that, just in my experience, is pretty standard across the board for individuals who may have had some sort of disciplinary action or sanction that warrant a medical health professional deeming the individual to be suitable to return to the profession. So again, I appreciate that the profession of policing is different. However, this is pretty standard to have some evaluation if there has been some question in terms of the individual's judgment. There's been some diagnosis of perhaps a mental health disorder that deems the individual not suitable for a period of time so that they return safely to the profession. Thank you.
And I would also add, though, that if they're going to get hired by a new agency, they have to undergo the psychological. They don't get to, there's no bypassing that point. So at the point at which they decide to go back into the profession and get hired by an agency, that is the point in time that I want to know that they're fit for duty. And if they're still currently employed with an agency, that is actually the employer's obligation if they feel that they're not fit or have a diagnosis. So I just would hate to see, because there are so many processes in HR and all the pieces that now Post puts himself in that role versus Post sets the guidelines for when someone, Post is the one that writes the guidelines for that psychological testing. I think I'm just not comfortable with that piece. So
Commissioner
even
Doring.
in that fit for duty piece.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. I would associate myself and be in agreement with Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Darren. Go ahead.
I'd like to echo Commissioner Gordon's concerns also, specifically with the respondent choosing which mental health or therapy session that they go to. If that is deemed approved at the post level and then not with the agency or vice versa, now we have conflicting opinions. And I think that opens up a cause for concern. So I'm not a fan of that language either.
Additional. Yeah, no, we've heard enough, Toby.
Commissioner Nieto, I'm reading it, but I agree in some points, but I also disagree in other points because we do fitness for duties. And I think the post does have an obligation when we see something that maybe an agency isn't doing, or we make the recommendation. Because it's saying that we're going to use listed ones that are approved, whatever that means. But I do think that the commission does reserve that right to make sure that somebody is fit. We do it when we get hired. We may do it if they go lateral over. But I think we should reserve that right as something that we can do as a commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments from commissioners? Ms. Delmanai, did you have a comment? Oh, I
For further.
misinterpreted your movement.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden.
So I was going to say, one of the considerations, Commissioner Gordon, I think, and I certainly defer to Ms. Delmanai on this because she has the experience. I think we're talking about fundamentally some different things. So the first is, what does the employer do? And the employer may have its own obligation with respect to a fitness for duty, et cetera. But then the commission, I think the issue that we're looking at is if we are in the position as the commission of taking an action against an officer's license, and we have to make that determination independent of whatever decision the employer may have made with respect to a fitness for duty, that then this gives the commission the ability in a case where, for instance, we become aware that an officer is engaged in acts which could be serious misconduct, but then we're also aware that that officer may have, for example, made statements implying that if they got a gun, they would, shoot people, that sort of thing, that the commission then has the ability in its determination of what the appropriate action is from a perspective of a state licensing function to make sure that the commission is doing the right thing in terms of whether or not this person should be revoked or suspended and so forth. So I don't know, hopefully I said that
But
correctly.
this is being put in as a term
Correct.
of probation. And so I just,
It would
I'm
be a
gonna,
mandatory term. It would.
I'm
be
gonna
under the right
exercise
case.
the cautious again,
Sure.
because if you have a departmental or a city evaluation or there is a workers' comp claim and they're seeing someone else for the department, and there's an issue there, and now you're sending them someplace else. Now, if you have, but it could happen as part of this, you could have sending them to a different psychologist who says not fit. You have a departmental that's fit. I'm just concerned that I'm not sure, like I said, I'm only one vote, that we're getting into something that I don't necessarily think this process was meant to be in terms of the licensing process and the suspension process of this, going down that path. I think, this one in particular, the other ones, I've had some input on, and I'm, the document overall is a great place to start with this process, but this is the one that continues to stick for me, so.
Of course, if I may, Commissioner, it's an optional term, of course, it's not a mandatory term. So it's only that we have the ability in the appropriate case as an optional term to use it if the facts justify it, of course.
But you're also giving this to, this is to provide guidance to an ALJ as well. So now that ALJ is going to see this as a tool, and how are they going to know when to use it or not to use it? So, they're not coming in with the same level of experience as someone with 30 years of policing experience. They're going to come in from and maybe that's a good thing, but, we are also trying to remove the stigma of mental health, and getting help. So I just want to keep that in mind as we, do that and not also then, creating more of the stigma when it comes to this piece. So.
Commissioner Nieto, real quick comments. I think the commission reserves a lot of rights to do things that the agencies are already doing. And we hear cases that we don't agree with the agencies. And again, it is listed under optional. And it is a living document, I think, that we can change down the road if something doesn't work. Again, I would hate to take that toll away from the commission as a whole when we're looking at, getting the best people that we need in the field. I think in everybody's mind, there are some agencies that we say, well, I would never do that if I was the head of that agency. So I don't want to take that toll away because I think we need to remember that we're independent. And so we have to do stuff independently to make sure that we provide the best public safety we can to our communities.
Mr. Dorian?
Commissioner
Uh, In addition to all the comments we're making, there's a couple lines in there that I also have some concern about. One being continue treatment until the commission deems that no further psychotherapy is necessary. That seems to put quite a bit of power on the commission level that I think is outside of our scope of practice. And then there's a separate line almost contradicting that about talking about the practitioner deems that they're completed their treatment. So I have some issues with the wording in addition to the other concerns we've discussed.
Commissioner.
You're absolutely right. The sentence regarding the commission determination of ongoing treatment should be stricken. That's why that following sentence is there, that it's up to the psychotherapist to determine the amount and duration of treatment. To address Commissioner Gordon's concerns in the practicality of things, what I've seen in the past, and again, you're right, it could happen where they're already getting treatment, their treating therapist who's licensed and regulated by the state has deemed them to be suitable or fit to return to a profession. For the most part, the way I've seen this in practice is that the oversight agency is provided that name of the individual who is already treating the individual for whatever the underlying issue is. And as long as the person is licensed in good standing and is a reputable psychotherapist or psychologist, the board or oversight body would approve that individual as the treating psychotherapist. You're right, though, it could happen and they disapprove it. And usually why that disapproval would come about is there's some other relation to the psychotherapist, family member, long-term friend, where there's a conflict of interest. And then, of course, the oversight body would want to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Mr. Gordon.
So with currently, in order to become a police officer, you have to use a post-approved therapist. And also, so I do think if this is going to stay, there has to be more discussion about this. Because then how are you going to have a psychologist who does not have that stamp of fit for duty? And now I just think we go back and forth. I don't know that there are other licensing agencies that actually pre-designate like we do. It's different. You have to pass a different type of battery of psychological testing than you do for the real estate board or, to be a lawyer, or any of those. So I would just, if this is going to be part of it, I think there needs to be a whole lot more discussion on this section.
Are there additional comments? I think we have two issues, an immediate issue and a more encompassing issue. One, do we wish to move forward with what the objection that Commissioner Gordon has? We could take a vote if there is a motion on to strike that language or not. And then two, whether or not we wish to take a vote on these guidelines today or put them over for further discussion. For example, the 2-page thing from ACLU, I know I personally would be inclined to let this stuff be digested a bit by staff and so forth and come back. I don't see a hurry. There's a particular rush on these guidelines. I do think it would be helpful if we do decide to put these over for a vote the next time to vote or determine whether Commissioner Gordon's, what would be a motion, would stand or not. Commissioner Brazil.
A couple procedural things. So these are guidelines that we own, that we craft, that go to the ALJ for them to kind of give them some kind of direction. ALJ then has this or could do their own, they can add to it, then all of that comes back to us. And then we get to pick and choose whether we agree or disagree with the ALJ. So an ALJ could put this provision in and we could say, no, that's not appropriate. Or if the ALJ doesn't recommend something, but enough of the commissioners think that there should be counseling psychotherapy, we could add it back in as a condition. Because it's the final decision, it's not the ALJ, it comes back to us. And this is only for ones where they're trying to put somebody on probation. Probably based on a recommendation we made to begin with that goes forward to the ALJ, not that they can't do it on their own. So I just want to be, it's more of a process thing. This isn't something that's in stone that the ALJs get to do on their own, but we have the final say to or fro on this one. Number one. Number two, more of a procedural question, because there may be a time issue because we have our first hearing going in August. Is that how long, just from your experience, Anne Marie, how long between when they actually conduct a hearing does the ALJ, and I know this is going to be a big, huge swag, do they actually start crafting their finding and would need guidance? Because I assume they do all the facts first, weigh the facts, and look at guidance. How long would they need that? When's our next meeting compared to when these need to go to somebody? So I think time might be of the essence.
So they would need the guidelines prior to the hearing, so that as they're hearing the information, the facts, the evidence presented, they have a document that guides them into the expectations for the correct imposition of discipline based on the profession. The proposed decision is valid for 100 days. Once it's issued by the ALJ, I think respectively, we're supposed to receive that proposed decision within 30 days following the hearing. And then the commission has to act on that within 100 days. So that's the time frame you're looking at, but we would essentially need to get these to an ALJ prior to their presiding over the first hearing in late summer. The other thing I wanted to add is
Could
you're
I,
right.
could I interject there? I mean,
Sure.
in point of fact, we don't have to have guidelines, period. Don't care one way or the other, but we don't have to have guidelines. This is something.
The Office
that-
of Administrative Hearings has requested that we prepare guidelines for them,
Right,
yes.
But I'm just to be
Yeah.
factual, we are not required to have guidelines.
By the state of California, no.
They would like them as soon as possible, basically.
They would like them before they preside over our hearings. Yeah.
Right, I think the idea is that particularly since these ALJs will be hearing these cases for the first time, that to the extent that we can do it, it would be helpful for them to
I
have
understand that.
beforehand. But of course, we also have to get these through OAL.
And that's a 6-month process at best.
With something
That
this
was my
large,
next
yes.
question.
Yeah.
My next question was, who's it have to be seen after we're done with this? Does anyone else have to approve it before it goes to? So
Well, are you talking, is the rulemaking process? Assuming with assumptions, it's approved by this body today, it would then go out for a 45-day public comment period during which I do expect that the ACLU will provide a public comment. At that point, we would respond to it in writing as staff and then send it off to the Office of Administrative Law, and they have 30 business days to then review it. They could potentially find issues with it and send it back to us to bring back to this body in June. So it's can be a 3 to 6 month approval process, if not longer, depending on what the Office of Administrative Law says when they look at it, depending on the number of public comments we receive and whether or not a hearing is requested, and we have to address that. So it is already a tight timeline to get this done by August, but that's not meant to put any pressure on this body, certainly, but just to answer your question in terms of timeline.
Will of the commission, I think the first thing would be to deal with Commissioner Gordon's issue. Because there would then, if we were to vote on these guidelines today, the first thing would be to determine whether or not that amendment is made to these guidelines. And then we could vote on the guidelines if that's the will of the commission. Or we can vote on the guidelines without addressing Commissioner Gordon's concern and up or down with that objection present in the guidelines. What's the will of the commission? Commissioner Brazil,
Why is everybody looking at me?
because you raised your hand.
Well, before that, she said, hurry up, hurry up. So on 18, on the counseling psychotherapy, I don't have a problem with it if we change some of the language and we really tighten it up. I do understand Commissioner Gordon's concerns. We're also a profession, like she pointed out, that values this very much, the evaluation of someone. And again, we're offering this as an alternative for someone to go under probation to not be revoked. And I would like to give the ALJs as much leverage as they can to help somebody along to be successful versus stopping them from being successful by not having this as an option. We also have the ability to rescind it, modify it, change it if it ever gets to that point and comes back to us. But I do think we need to tighten it up, and it does need to be an approved list, the same folks that do the employment that appreciate what we have. For someone who has gone through, and I can only imagine some of the different scenarios that may be able to be, I don't want to say the word fixed. That's a totally wrong word. I'm choosing to be able to come back into the profession that may have been revoked based on some other event that somebody has to certify that they are able to come back. I want to have that option. I see it as an opportunity to bring somebody back and salvage them versus an opportunity to push somebody out. So I view it maybe from a different perspective, that this helps salvage somebody versus pushing them out of a profession. So if we cleaned up the language, I think it's fine. And again, we have the final say if it comes back to the commission.
If I can ask Commissioner Brazil, because obviously for purposes of the background, we have very extensive requirements for the selection of the psychiatrist or psychologist that does the background examination, including that they have to go through post-approved courses and they have to be on a post-approved list. So is your request then that be added to so that the same counselors or psychologists or psychotherapists who do a background would also have to be those for this?
Yeah, I believe so, because I mean, they're selected for the purpose of evaluating someone for suitability for policing and law enforcement. I think they should be the same person that basically does kind of a fitness for duty to come back to salvage them.
Let me interject at this point. Excuse me, Mr. Darden. I mean, I think the question is on following on your question, Commissioner Brazil, would your preference then be to wordsmith here and now, or to work on these and hear them again? That goes to the statement that we need these, that we have to do these guidelines by in time for the first hearing, which I don't think is true. I mean, I don't think we have to have them, and it would be one case. So at issue is whether or not, do you want a wordsmith now? Would that suffice? And Commissioner Gordon, do you have a sense here of where you would like to go?
Would want to see the language before I would agree to it. So if we take a vote today and 18 is included, not that I don't appreciate all the rest, but I also know it's not a menu. So I would be a no. If we made a motion to come back with language on 18, I could entertain that. So.
Commissioner Brazil, what your sense in terms of wordsmithing now or putting it over for the next, for a vote?
Well, I don't think we're at the point now to, let me back up. We still have the ACLU's comments we haven't gone through yet. We may be sending it back. So I don't want to make it just on 18. I mean, if it was just 18, it was wordsmithing, I think we could take a break and probably come up with some language. Staff come up with language, bring it back. That might be suitable. But if we're talking about a whole bunch of wordsmithing off this, I think we might have to send it back and come back in June. Understanding that it may, there may not be a guideline for the first hearing, or the first hearing may be postponed by the ALJs to push it back because they don't have guidelines. So, but I'd rather get it right than get it fast.
Chairperson Long, may I offer something?
Excuse me?
May I offer something?
Please,
Sure.
please.
It is not unheard of, since these are a living document and they constantly evolve, that agencies do not submit draft guidelines to the Office of Administrative Hearings for consideration while they are pending a complete review by the Office of Administrative Law. Understanding their guidelines, and they're incorporated by reference, the Office of Administrative Hearings, I would say, I don't want to say frequently, but on occasion, are using draft guidelines because they're currently going through the process of review by the state of California. So if we were to bring these back in June and we were able to approve draft guidelines that then Ms. Weiler could go through and submit, we could then offer the draft guidelines to the Office of Administrative Hearings for any of the hearings that may be conducted before the final guidelines are in effect, thereby giving them some guidance for these cases, if that would resolve this for the commission.
Comments? I will offer my 2 cents on that, which is that would work for me, except that I don't know where we are with the, let's call it the Gordon issue. I don't know if there's sufficient direction from the commission to staff, whether and to what extent to include the concerns that Commissioner Gordon has expressed. One way to deal with that is to entertain a motion on that, or Commissioner Gordon and other commissioners, if we want, we can let that ride and deal with staff in the ensuing weeks off channel. So, Commissioner Brazil?
Doran.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Barcelona, let it ride.
Meaning, put it over.
Yeah, put it over. There's a lot going on here. I'm starting to get confused. So I think we need to outline.
Commissioner Gordon, could you address your concern? You've had, at least I know from Commissioner Doran, for myself, support for kind of a semi amendment. What would be your druthers going forward?
I think Commissioner Brazil made a good point about this that we just got today. So even if we had all reviewed it before we got here, I think we need to take a moment to look at what they provided today and trying to do that, so to speak, in the moment. So I would support just taking this and not making a motion and coming back in June. And then doing as she suggested, then we could give the draft to the ALJ's office while this goes through the formal process of being reviewed. So at least they have some overarching guidelines where it is as they move forward. And I think they can, staff can come back for June with 2 options of removing 18 or coming up with a different set of language that addresses all of the different, not just mine, but some other thoughts that were expressed regarding that one specifically today.
Commissioner Doran.
Sure.
I'd also be in favor of putting this over till June, and I think as far as staff's rewording of that too, another thought that I have is specifically the way it's worded is there's a treatment component to it also, in addition to just an evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
So something we work on hard as our agency is culturally competent therapists that are relevant to law enforcement profession and understand their needs. So I think that would be, if we're looking at imposing that as a probationary option, that would be something else to consider. So I think we have a lot more discussion on that topic. So definitely in favor of putting it over.
Thank you, Commissioner. And maybe note, great catch on that language earlier. Thank you.
And I would also encourage staff to have a conversation with, I know some of the subject matter experts are working with posts on the wellness plan, and a lot of them are the culturally competent therapists. Some of them are ones that actually do the fit for duties, they do the hiring. And I think their expertise in looking at this and their opinion also would be something that I would want to hear from. So I think we would benefit from not just this group, but having a little more input on that one specifically from, like I said, the subject matter experts that the post is already working with on the organizational wellness piece.
Commissioner Nieto. I just want to add, I agree that we should come back and take a look at this in June. I support giving a draft to the judges. But what I want to just reiterate is that, what I want to say is that we really have to work hard to get it done in June. The last thing I want to see is another group reading it and saying, we don't like this. And so then we put it off even longer. And I feel like I'm reliving Groundhog Day with serious misconduct.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And along those lines, would any other commissioners would care to weigh in on the issues that Commissioner Gordon has raised, just so that we can provide staff as much information in advance as possible? I know, for example, I have aligned myself with the concerns Commissioner Gordon has on this very specifically, as has Commissioner Doran. Does anyone else wish to provide staff any direction so they get a sense of where the commission is on these issues? Commissioner Brazil has said he could probably live with it with additional wordsmithing. Does anyone else care to share with the staff? So in the interest of what Commissioner Nieto has raised, which is getting it done at the next meeting, that these folks have, clear, some clear direction. Obviously, people will be working with them offline, but if anyone else cares to weigh in, now's the time.
I may ask, since we have to go back and revise the language, Commissioner Doring, would your concern be met if we incorporated Commissioner Brazil's comments with respect to ensuring that any psychotherapist or psychologist is one that is also compliant with post regulations for doing the background or entrance examination? Or is this a different concern?
I would agree with that. But in addition to just the background, there's quite a few organizations out there that are specific to culturally competent therapy and treatment. So I think that aspect needs to be explored more so than just a fitness for duty exam is the treatment component of it, especially if there's gonna be multiple sessions, which is how it reads.
So a point of clarification for my notes, I think what we're looking at is two different components to incorporate, which is the initial evaluation may be conducted by somebody who's already on the post-approved list for the initial background investigation component. And then we want to add, if treatment is recommended, that treatment is received by somebody who is culturally competent.
Right, I'd be in favor of that.
Okay.
Any other comments from anyone else wish to weigh in at this point? Seeing none, we will see this back in June.
Chair Long, may I just make one statement that I
Please.
think will help consolidate some of this?
Yeah. Anything you can draw out would be helpful.
I got you. Item 20, domestic counseling, kind of falls in line with some of what we're talking about, and I appreciate Commissioner Doring's comments. I don't know that all background or individuals that do the background fitness for duty have the specialty in some of the areas in psychotherapy that may be relevant to all of the cases. And there's a wide range of reasons why people would seek mental health. So I don't think it may be in the best interest of us trying to make sure that an individual has the right psychotherapist or psychologist to limit it to someone who's involved in the background investigation for fitness for duty, but to make sure we give them the opportunity to see someone that specializes, whether it be in domestic violence or anger management or substance abuse, that we give them the full range of options to seek the right therapist. So thank you for your comment, Commissioner. I think we can consolidate the domestic violence counseling into this other more broad topic, and that way that would eliminate concerns regarding that item. It's item 20 in the optional terms and conditions. The other thing that I would just like to mention is, and we'll cover this in June, I will not belabor this, but some of the concerns raised are about there needing to be a pattern of abuse in order for the commission to take disciplinary action. And again, I just want to remind the commission, as you're reviewing disciplinary guidelines, the 1213 factors that are already in regulation that take into consideration all aggravating and mitigating factors of the case are also relevant to disciplinary guidelines. So the reason the word pattern is present in the disciplinary guidelines is because it's a consideration of the imposition of the type of discipline that may be relevant or appropriate based on the severity of the allegation. So it's not to suggest that any given case has to have a pattern of violation or abuse for the commission to decide that revocation is the appropriate imposition of discipline, but it is a factor for consideration. So I offer that up just for some clarity. Thank you.
I may, Chair, and in one instance, and we can go back and explain in June with respect to each of the concerns about the use of the term. In one instance, it's in the statute. So with respect to the law enforcement gang, the word pattern, we're just using the language that the legislature gave us. So, but we can go back and bring you some additional response to the comments in June.
Any further final comment from members of the commission? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Wilder.
I did want to return to one item that we would request additional clarification on, and that is under the minimum penalty for each of these classifications of serious misconduct, we have generally stated standard terms and conditions and optional terms and conditions as deemed appropriate. Is this something that the commission would like us to leave as is? Or is the commission wanting to draw out some of the optional terms and conditions for each of these categories of misconduct? So for example, what might be appropriate to consider for potential suspension or for dishonesty as an optional term might be different from what is considered as an optional term and condition for abuse of power, if that's even something that we want to consider. Abuse of power, the commission may want to say there is no option, revocation is it. So we've standardized the language for each of these categories, but we are looking for direction from the commission in terms of revocation is it for this category. We don't even want to entertain suspension. If we entertain suspension or probationary terms, these are the options that we want to consider for these specific categories. If that makes more sense.
Commissioner Nieto, I personally am not interested in a bail schedule at this point of this document. I think we're overthinking it and it could change down the road, but again, just like defining things, it's a work in progress.
Commissioner Braun, I agree with Commissioner Nieto. I don't want to lock us in and say this is it. And certainly we say for this is probably what we're always going to do, but there's that outlier that I don't want to eliminate that possibility. I want to leave us that flexibility.
Anyone else? The direction was available there. That's it. We will now move on, but first of all, Connie, would you like a break right now? Okay. Does 10 minutes work or would you like a little more? All right, let's say we'll be back here at 2:31. commissioners would make their way back to the dais, please, and we can get moving. What is it?
Butter chocolate trail.
Snack club.
Very healthy.
I don't need anything to anything. Anything spelled. Leads me to doubt the.
Bart.
All right. We are not, are we ready? Are you folks ready? You guys ready? We're back in session. We never really left. Our first item up is G1. It's a report on clarifying and definitional amendments to Commission Reg 1201, which we will also put over to January per staff's request, since it works hand in hand with the issue we just heard. So until the guidelines are ready, staff has said, let's put this one over. So we'll move on to G2, which is a report on proposed clarifying changes to Commission Reg 1003, employment status notifications and affidavits of separation. Chief Weiler will report on the item. Ms. Weiler.
Yes, this is an item you did vote on and approve in November. However, we did take into further consideration some of the concerns that were expressed by Sheriff Honey in the advisory board meeting, as well as Chief Gordon during the commission meeting with regard to the reasons for separation. So we did make some amendments to clarify that language on the affidavit of separation. We did also clean up some of the language to more properly align with the penal code section on this, but specifically with regard to Commissioner Gordon's concerns under box 14, we removed some of the language that was already here related to fitness for duty, and we provided other examples of what may go into box 14 as an explanation for a reason of separation. So we're no longer asking for the very specific details of a reason for separation. We're looking for a very generic reason for separation so that we are still in compliance with the penal code's request or requirement that we have a reason for separation, especially when they are not directly related to serious misconduct. We also did notice that we had inadvertently included civilian classifications in the instructions list for rank and classification for box number 8. So we did also remove those civilian classifications as they are not required to complete an affidavit of separation. And there was some confusion. We were getting questions from agencies about that.
Are there any questions for Ms. Weiler on what are essentially clarifying amendments? Is there a motion? I'd like to hear more from Ms. Weiler on this issue.
Chief Gordon's not even here to hear that we changed this for her.
Motion, Braun.
Is there a second? Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion is adopted.
And as noted for the record, Commissioner Gordon is not present during that vote.
Been stated several times. G3 is a report on numerous technical and clarifying amendments to Commission Reg 1202, peace officer certificates, and Commission Reg 1003, employment status notifications. Bureau Chief Weiler will report.
Yes, so there are very specific proposed revisions here, but I do also want to apologize in advance because we had some last minute revisions and we ran up against the deadline to get this published. So I did make some publication errors myself that I want to draw attention to make sure that if you approve, we are voting on the proper text so that the Office of Administrative Law will allow me to move this forward. The first is that on page 1, there is an extra B, capital B. It should just be capital A and capital B, but currently there's a blank B and then it moves to a C. So I just wanted to correct that reference should be capital A and capital B under sub section 2. And then continuing on to page 2 for subsection 3, capital A 2. I have a little typo there. It should read penal code section, not. I wouldn't even know I can pronounce that one. And then there was one other, on page 4, subsection B, D 2. Oh, I'm sorry, subsection B2. I'm even getting myself confused. I inadvertently omitted text that should be there. So subsection capital A should read, satisfy the minimum training requirements specified in subsection 1202. I can't even remember writing 5.1, as set forth in Commission Regulation 1005 and other applicable law for the specified peace officer classification to which the peace officer has been appointed. So I just wanted to read that into the record to make sure that you are voting on the correct text that needs to move forward. So additionally, our proposed reg changes, as Chair Long had stated earlier, we do have some cleanup language that we are including as it relates to the minimum requirements for training and education to be eligible for professional peace officer certificates. We highlighted particularly federal law enforcement experience that would be acceptable towards the experience requirement. We've drawn out some of the other items with regard to required education, how we accept the documentation that's accepted for required education, those types of cleanup. The most important proposed amendment is that we are separating out the requirements for notice of appointment and issuance of a proof of eligibility and the eligibility for a basic certificate. Previously, they were combined and it was causing some confusion. So we've separated those two components out. And then we have also added a requirement for a peace officer attestation. So they're going to cross over a little bit. We've added a component for a peace officer attestation on the peace officer attestation of peace officer eligibility form that is under Commission Regulation 1003. The peace officers now also have to sign under penalty of perjury and attest that all information provided during their background is true and correct to the best of their knowledge. And this will allow us then under 1202 and Commission Regulation 1204, potentially cancel someone's appointment and certificate if we deem that it was approved and issued under fraud or misrepresentation. So for example, a candidate intentionally fails to disclose potential misconduct in their past life, or fail to disclose something else that would make them ineligible to be a peace officer. For whatever reason, this was not picked up during a background investigation, their appointment was approved and a certificate was issued, and it later comes to light, perhaps during a compliance audit by Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau, perhaps during the agency's own audit of their files, and we discover, or the agency discovers, that this person is in fact ineligible to be a peace officer or would not have been hired to be a peace officer if they had fully disclosed. So those sorts of instances we're trying to capture so that we can then take action on those individuals' certificates as well.
Are there any questions to what are essentially numerous technical and clarifying amendments with numerous technical and clarifying amendments to the clarifying and technical amendments? Are there any questions from Ms. Weiler? Can we get a motion?
Commissioner Doring will move.
In a second, please. Thank you. Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing no objection to unanimous consent, the motion carries. Excuse me, Chief Salzar, I don't believe the advisory commission weighed in on this one. Was I right? Thank you. Sorry about that. We move now to the advisory committee report, which will break into two pieces. Chief Salazar will report on yesterday's advisory meeting, and then we'll discuss separately after we deem that appropriate and accepted. We'll move then to the awards. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yesterday, the advisory committee met and heard the majority of the items that the commission heard today and provided input that has been shared in summary with the commission today. From the advisory committee reports, there was some discussion regarding legislation that proposes to fix some of the issues with AB 89, which is the law enforcement education standard. So AB 992 is one of those bills that proposes an expansion of potential pathways that would achieve the education requirement, but limit impacts to recruitment and retention. We got some good feedback in that discussion from the various education reps on the committee who expressed concern about a proposed 15-unit certificate option, and they would prefer an 18-unit certificate option as the difference in units impacts funding that's available to the educational institutions as well as the student aid. The reps from both Cal Chiefs and Cal Sheriffs shared concerns related to recent changes in the federal approach to immigration enforcement and how that conflicts with state law and the potential impact of federal funding to law enforcement agencies in California and how that may impact our operations. And then from Member Cottrell representing the Public Safety Dispatch, she provided an update on ongoing efforts at the federal level by NENA to reclassify public safety dispatchers as first responders. And those are the advisory committee reports, Mr. Chair.
Any questions of Chief Salazar on the advisory committee report? And thank you again, Chief, for a very good meeting yesterday. We move now then to Chief Salazar will share the advisory committee recommendations for the 2024 Post Excellence in Training Awards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we received 10 total nominations for the 4 categories this year. I'll start with the individual achievement category. We received 3 nominations in this category. The first nomination being Deputy Sheriff Joella Jimenez from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. Second being Sergeant Kyle Carden from the Santa Clara Police Department. And the third is Instructor Sherry Marshall from the Butte College Law Enforcement Academy. After discussion by the committee, we recommend for the individual achievement category that Deputy Sheriff Joella Jimenez from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office be provided the award for excellence in training in the individual category, highlighting her work with whole body approach to wellness courses that was provided to the agency, but then also expanded to their incarcerated population, and her work throughout the community there that impacts law enforcement and the wellness of a community. She is also a post-certified master instructor and well-respected by peers and community. So under individual category, that is the recommendation for the award. You want to take those each one by one, or?
We can take them, I think we can take them en masse.
Okay. The second category would be for organizational achievement. We received 4 nominations in this category. The first being Cal State University Long Beach Criminal Justice Center. Second was the Palm Springs Police Department Training Division. Third was the Seaside Police Department, and fourth was the San Joaquin Delta College Post Academy. After discussion on this item, the committee selected as the recipient Cal State University Long Beach Criminal Justice Center, recognizing 58 years of training and research in law enforcement at the local, regional, state, and federal level. Their partnership with Post and the Bureau BSCC. They also provided use of force training to Minneapolis PD, but some innovative programs just in their assistance in developing research courses, mental health decision-making, principal policing, use of force, train the trainer courses, their crime scene investigation program, and a crime intelligence and analysis certificate program. And so our recommendation was there. The runner-up in that category would be the Palm Springs Police Department Training Division. And I should go back. The runner-up for the individual recommendation was Sergeant Kyle Carden with Santa Clara. The third category is Lifetime Achievement category. We received 1 nomination in this category. After discussion amongst the committee members, it was a unanimous decision not to make a recommendation to award, as they did not feel the nomination met the requirements for the award, and so no recommendation was made in Lifetime Achievement category. And then the fourth is the O.J. Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award. We received 2 nominations. The first being Senior Inspector Kimberly Zaragoza from the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office. And the second, Lieutenant Casey Hill, the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office. The recommendation of the advisory committee is for the award in this category is for Inspector Kimberly Zaragoza from Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office. She has 35 plus years in the field and remains dedicated to training and contributing to this profession. 2,700 plus hours of training, 60 plus academy classes, mentored development of a number of training programs and instructors. First female SWAT team leader, and received numerous letters of impact and recommendation from people on this nomination, and that was the selection of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Is there a motion on the recommendations for the awards by the advisory committee?
Nieto moves, and I sat through the selection yesterday in your meeting, so.
All right, could you,
Nieto makes the motion, and I just want to add that I did sit through the presentations.
thank you. Is there a second
Woolery, second.
regarding the nominations for the awards by the advisory committee? Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion carries on unanimous consent. Thank you, Chief. We also, without objection, deem the advisory committee's report adopted. Move to correspondence. The following correspondence was sent by post to Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco expressing sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Deputy Timothy Corlew in January 2025. The following correspondence was received by post the 2025 RIPA report. Old business, there is none. New business, there is none. Closed session, turns out there is none. Do we need, are you okay, Connie? Because we're going to go into case review at this time. We've got two cases to review. We move now to certification action items on the agenda. Today, this afternoon, what's left of it, we will hear two cases regarding recommendations made by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board. Tomorrow, we will hear three cases. Before we begin, we welcome and introduce again Deputy Attorney General Chris Beatty, counsel for the commission. Welcome, Chris. And first, a few prefatory remarks. Today, we will review only facts and evidence as presented by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division and the recommendation of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board. This is not an evidentiary hearing. The rules of evidence do not apply. Evidence is not formally admitted into the record. There is no need to make objections, and objections will not be ruled upon. Under the penal code and applicable state regs, this hearing only determines if the matter will proceed to a full evidentiary hearing before an ALJ to determine whether the allegations are true and justify discipline. I need to emphasize at this stage, the commission must only consider the facts that the division, after investigation, believes can be proven at a later evidentiary hearing. Today, the commission will consider arguments as to whether or not those facts presented by the division demonstrate a high probability that serious conduct occurred. This finding simply results in the matter moving forward. No actions by the commission prior to a full evidentiary hearing amount to a final determination that an officer engaged in serious misconduct or that revocation or suspension is warranted. That will be determined following the evidentiary hearing before the ALJ. At the conclusion of each law enforcement consultant's presentation, the commission will have the opportunity to ask questions. Then we will receive comment from the subject officer and or their counsel, followed by comment from members of the public. Further discussion by the commission will follow if necessary. The commission may then choose to go into closed session deliberation or wait until additional cases have been presented before adjourning into closed session. After reconvening from closed session, motions will be considered. So the first case is Tommy Thompson and law enforcement consultant Brad Ehrman, Professional Conduct LA County Bureau, and Carrie Woolley, Attorney Legal Affairs Bureau, will provide a report on the case of Tommy Thompson, post case 2400920, who at the time of the events in question was employed with the LA Police Department. I note that the recommendation of the Peace Officer Standards and Accountability Advisory Board was to revoke certification by a 7-0 vote. Mr. Erman and Ms. Woolley, floor is yours. Thank you. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brad Ehrman. I'm a law enforcement consultant with the Los Angeles County Professional Conduct Bureau. With me today is Carrie Woolley. She's an attorney with our Legal Affairs Bureau. I'm here with respect to case of Post versus Tommy Thompson, formerly with the Los Angeles Police Department. In this case, the division found reasonable grounds to believe that Mr. Thompson engaged in serious misconduct in violation of Penal Code Section 13510.8. Specific subsections is B6, alleging that Mr. Thompson engaged in acts that violated the law when he was arrested for DUI on March 14th, 2023 and March 17th, 2023. The division investigative summary and findings, it recommended revocation of Mr. Thompson's post certification. In accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2 and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A4, this matter was heard by the Peace Officer Standard Accountability Advisory Board on January 16th, 2025. The following conclusions of that hearing, the board voted to recommend revocation of Mr. Thompson's certification. The division asks you adopt these recommendations today. As required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A5, the record of the proceeding is before you, which includes the agenda and attachments from the meeting, a transcript of relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendations of the board. If this matter was heard in closed session by the board, Commission Counsel will be able to advise you with respect to those proceedings. The law requires your review to be of the record before you, before the board, which is before you, and which you have the opportunity to review. To assist you in your review of the record, I will take you through the case as it was presented. As the record shows, I presented this case before the board substantially as follows. Mr. Thompson began his career with the Los Angeles Police Department in June 10th, 1996. On June 25th, 2006, Mr. Thompson was promoted to the position of Detective 1. On November 3rd, 2013, Mr. Thompson was promoted to the position of Detective 2. On July 30th, 2023, Mr. Thompson was demoted to the position of Detective 1. Mr. Thompson holds the following post certificates: a basic, intermediate, advanced, and a supervisor. Mr. Thompson had a prior alcohol-related discipline from March 13th, 1998, for which he received a 3-day suspension. Mr. Thompson's other disciplinary matters are not relevant in these proceedings. So as set forth in the ISF, Mr. Thompson was arrested for DUI twice in a 4-day period while on duty. The first incident occurred on March 14th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m. According to the California Highway Patrol report, Mr. Thompson, who was driving an unmarked LAPD vehicle, was involved in a single vehicle accident after he attempted to make a U-turn, lost traction. He drove over a raised curb and struck a tree located on the side of the roadway. Mr. Thompson left the scene of the accident and drove to a nearby Arco gas station where he spent approximately 40 minutes attempting to fix the damage to the front end of his vehicle. Mr. Thompson then left the Arco gas station and drove to a mobile gas station where he contacted his supervisor about the accident and then was involved in a second minor vehicle accident when he backed into another vehicle. Mr. Thompson then spent approximately 30 minutes trying to fix the damage again to his vehicle. Mr. Thompson left the mobile gas station and his vehicle became disabled in the roadway. And LA County deputy discovered him stalled in the roadway and called CHP to respond. The responding CHP officer conducted an investigation and determined that Mr. Thompson was under the influence of alcohol and drugs, prescription Ambien, and arrested Mr. Thompson. At approximately 13:08 hours, Mr. Thompson submitted to a chemical breath test, which showed he had a blood alcohol content of 0.03% The CHP also took a blood sample from Mr. Thompson and emitted it for the prescription drug. Since Mr. Thompson's sample showed a drug in the system, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office charged him with a violation of Vehicle Code Section 23152G, driving under the combination influence of alcohol and drugs. On February 22nd, 2024, Mr. Thompson pled no contest to one misdemeanor count of Vehicle Code Section 23152A, driving under the influence of alcohol. The conviction included a sentence of 4 days time served, 4 days time served, fines, and he was ordered to complete an 18-month driving under the influence program. The second incident occurred on March 17th, 2023, while assigned home duty because of the first DUI arrest on March 14th. Mr. Thompson was driving his personal vehicle and lost control when the vehicle ran out of gas. The vehicle then hit a pole. Los Angeles County Sheriff's responded and conducted an investigation, which found that Mr. Thompson was operating his vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Mr. Thompson provided a breath sample which showed he had a BAC of 0.08 and 0.09 on the two tests. On February 22nd, 2024, Mr. Thompson pled no contest to one misdemeanor count of wet reckless driving. Mr. Thompson was assessed fines, fees, ordered to complete an 18-month driving under the influence program, which would be completed in concurrence with his first DUI arrest. The Los Angeles Police Department conducted an internal affairs investigation on both DUI arrests. The internal affairs investigation resulted in 5 sustained policy violations with the recommendation that Mr. Thompson be directed to a Board of Rights hearing with the proposed penalty of termination. During Mr. Thompson's internal affairs interview, Mr. Thompson stated that after his 2 DUI arrests, he checked himself into the Betty Ford Clinic for treatment and was attending Alcohol Anonymous meetings on a regular basis. On February 22nd, 2024, Mr. Thompson signed a settlement agreement with the Los Angeles County Police Department that imposed a 22-day suspension as a result of the 2 DUI arrests. While employed with the Los Angeles Police Department for a period of 3 years, required him to abstain from the use of all alcoholic beverages, not enter any establishment whose primary business was selling alcoholic beverages while off duty, not purchase any alcoholic beverages while off duty, submit to substance tests up to 3 times a month as directed by a supervisor, and submit to unscheduled, unannounced, directed tests of controlled substances up to 5 times a month as directed by a department supervisor. So following my presentation to the board, as documented in the transcript before you, the following public comments were made by the officer as reflected in the transcript. No members of the public made a comment to the board on this case as reflected by the transcript. The board went into closed session. When the board returned into open session, a vote to revoke officer certification was 7 in favor and 1 member abstained. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
If I could just clarify the record really quickly, the officer did appear at the board hearing and did make public comment on his behalf. And that is reflected in the transcript. You should have all of his comments available for you.
Commissioners, questions or comments? Does Officer Thompson and or his counsel wish to offer public comment? Anyone aware that Officer Thompson and or his counsel wished to make comment today or contact the commission? Seeing no affirmative shakes of heads, does any member of the public wish to address the commission on this case? It's time then, would the commission like to adjourn into closed session for deliberations? Ask questions, comment? Or is the commission ready to vote on the case? A motion is always in order.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Excuse me, Mr.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion to revoke and a second. Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barcelona,
Yes.
Barcelona, I, Braun,
Yes.
Braun, I, Brazil, Brazil, I, Cooper,
Aye.
Cooper, I, Doring,
Aye.
Doring, I, Yule,
Aye.
Yule, I, Gordon,
Aye.
Gordon, I, Johnson,
Yes.
Johnson, I, Long,
Aye.
Long, I, Moon,
Aye.
Moon, I, Nieto,
Yes.
Nieto, I, Terrio, Woolry,
Aye.
Woolry, I. Motion passes with 12 yeses.
12. 12-0. Motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Delmanai,
Commissioner Long, may I clarify the record, please?
please.
So Commissioner Cooper, you moved to move staff's recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, did you mean the board's recommendation to revoke, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, correct. And I clarified that it was a motion to revoke. Correct. We'll then do our second case. Law enforcement consultant Robert Bringolf, Professional Conduct LA County Bureau, and Carrie Woolley, Attorney, Legal Affairs Bureau, will report on case number 2302971, Gabriel Gaxiola, who at the time of the events in question was employed by the LA Police Department.
Commissioner Nieto?
Commissioner.
Yeah, for the record, I'd like to state that Gaxiola did work for me at one point in my career with LAPD. However, after speaking with the chair, I believe that I can make a determination with no biases.
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto. The post-sab recommendation on Officer Gaxiola was a stipulated settlement to stay revocation, and the vote was 7-1. Now, Mr. Bringolf and Ms. Woolley, the floor is yours.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the case of Sergeant Gabriel Gaxiola. He is present with counsel here. Since the chair has put most of the stuff on the record already, I'll just skip to the case. So this matter was heard by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board in January of this year. Following the conclusion of that hearing, the board voted to revoke Mr. Gaxiola's certificate with the stayed stipulation. The division asks that you adopt that recommendation today. I'll present to you the case as I presented it before the board. So Sergeant Gaxiola was hired by the Los Angeles Police Department on October 26, 1998. He was promoted to sergeant on July 7th, 2019. On May 13th, 2020, Sergeant Gaxiola was arrested for his second DUI while employed as a peace officer for the Los Angeles Police Department. He was off duty and driving his personal vehicle on State Route 110 in the area of North Avenue 52 overpass. His vehicle collided with a stopped vehicle, which in turn collided with another vehicle that had been stopped in the number 3 lane of the traffic. He immediately contacted emergency services, which resulted in the California Highway Patrol responding to the scene. The CHP officer observed Sergeant Gaxiola had red, watery eyes and an odor of an alcoholic beverage emitting from his breath and person. He had an unsteady gait while walking around the traffic scene and had slurred and delayed speech. Also, when one of the officers asked for his insurance card, he handed him his debit card. A CHP officer conducted a standardized field sobriety test and determined Gaxiola had been driving while under the influence of alcohol. He was arrested for driving under the influence in violation of 23-152A VC. He then refused to submit to a chemical test, at which time a search warrant was sought for a sample of his blood. The warrant was granted and executed on May 14th, 2022 at 01:22 hours. That was about 5 hours after the accident occurred. And he was ultimately arrested for violation of section 23-152B of the vehicle code. On May 17th,
22, a laboratory report showed that the analysis of the blood sample from Mr. Gaxiola resulted in an average blood alcohol concentration, I might say BAC as we continue, of 0.155%. The legal limit is 0.08 BAC. So he's nearly double there. An LAPD subject matter expert later calculated that an average male of Mr. Gaxiola's build would have had an approximate BAC of 0.23% 5 hours prior to the collection of the 1.55% sample. As an aggravated factor, Sergeant Gaxiola was found to be carrying a handgun in his waistband at the time of his arrest and while he was driving intoxicated. On February 9th, 24, Sergeant Gaxiola pled no contest to and was convicted of one misdemeanor count of driving under the influence of alcohol with a blood alcohol content of over 0.08%. That's a violation of California Vehicle Code Section 23152B. During that same proceeding, Sergeant Gaxiola admitted to a prior conviction for driving under the influence in Los Angeles County Superior Court Case 16HM08811 from January 25th, 2017. On February 9th, 2024, he was placed on summary probation for a period of 60 months. The conditions of that probation are that he not operate a motor vehicle with any measurable amount of alcohol in his blood, but he not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license in his possession or without liability insurance and the minimum amounts required by law. Comply if ordered by DMV to install an ignition interlock device as a condition of probation, and make restitution to the victim per PC section 1202.4 small f in an amount determined at the hearing. You would also have to pay a probation revocation restitution fine pursuant to Penal Code Section 1202.44, which may be enforced in the manner provided for the enforcement of a money judgment in the amount of $150. Obey all laws and orders of the court. He was also ordered to serve 4 days in city jail as a condition of his probation and to pay a fine of $500 plus penalty assessments and enroll within 21 days from the date of his court hearing or his release from custody and successfully complete an approved licensed 18-month DUI program, as well as enroll in and complete a MAD victim impact program, the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and attend 52 AA or NA meetings at a rate of 2 per week. In addition to those court proceedings on January 26, 2024, Mr. Gaxiola signed a rehabilitation agreement with the LAPD in relation to this second DUI case. In that agreement, he admitted he engaged in misconduct that warranted discipline, and he agreed he understood the Board of Rights was agreeing to hold his discipline in abeyance until he completed the terms of his rehabilitation agreement. The division has also examined and considered Sergeant Gaxiola's first DUI arrest as a peace officer. It's important to note that that case was considered pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 11, Section 1213. In that case, on July 10th, 2016, around 0200 hours, Sergeant Gaxiola, then Officer Gaxiola, was off duty in the city of Laguna Beach, driving his assigned police vehicle. He'd been assigned to the SWAT team at the time of this event and had taken his city vehicle to a wedding in Huntington Beach, California. At the wedding, he consumed mixed drinks, but didn't know how many. And after leaving the wedding in his city vehicle, he was stopped for a traffic violation by an on-duty Laguna Beach police officer. During the traffic stop, Officer Gaxiola displayed objective signs of alcohol intoxication and was given a horizontal gaze nystagmus test and was arrested for violation of 23152A, driving under the influence, which was a misdemeanor. And then after his arrest, he refused to submit to a PAS or a preliminary alcohol screening test, but he did ultimately submit to a blood test. He was found to have a BAC of 0.202. And to further aggravate that situation, his city-owned vehicle had to be towed to Laguna Beach Police Department and secured in their Sally Port, as that vehicle contained department-issued equipment and weapons. And while the vehicle was being secured, officers located an open bottle of beer in the front passenger compartment. For that incident, he ultimately received a 22-day suspension without pay for the 2016 DUI arrest. And then in 2017, Gaxiola received a misdemeanor conviction for violation of Section 23152B. the charge of 23-152A was dismissed. He received 3 years of informal probation, a $140 fine, a mandated 6-month first offenders program, and some victim impact counseling. So those facts, as I've just recited them, support our finding that Mr. Gaxiola was involved in serious misconduct, acts that violate the law and are sufficiently egregious or repeated as to be inconsistent with the peace officer's obligation to uphold the law. For purposes of our analysis in the division, clear and convincing evidence means evidence of a charge is clear and convincing so long as there's a high probability that the charge is true, and the evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. The division recommendation is that Sergeant Gaxiola's post-certifications be revoked, and those recommendations are based on the following. Sergeant Gaxiola has been arrested for violating the law on 2 occasions during his employment as a peace officer. More specifically, both arrests have occurred while he has held the rank of sergeant. While a repeated violation of the law alone may not always rise to the level of serious misconduct, it is the nature of these arrests and the aggravating factors that led the division to clear and convincing evidence. The public has a right to expect high moral and ethical standards from the police. Gaxiola's wanton disregard for public safety on more than one occasion merits decertification. Further, the public has the right to be policed by individuals who are held to a higher standard. His actions and arrests do not meet this standard. Mr. Gaxiola's blood alcohol concentration at each arrest was remarkably high. Expert opinion indicated that at the time of his recent arrest or his recent accident, his blood alcohol content was likely around 0.23%, which is approximately 3 times the legal limit. Evidence from his previous arrest for driving under the influence of alcohol showed his BAC at the time was 0.202 or 0.200. For his parts in these arrests and incidents, Gaxiola put numerous lives in jeopardy on at least 2 occasions. Once in a city vehicle filled with his SWAT gear and weapons, and once in his personal vehicle while armed and off duty. The latter of the 2 resulted in a vehicle accident which caused damage to Gaxiola's vehicle and 2 additional vehicles. For these reasons, the division finds the repeat offenses particularly egregious. After I made this presentation to the advisory board, public comment was opened and Mr. Gaxiola's counsel spoke. I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have. And just for a point of clarification, I do not believe that both arrests happened while Gaxiola was a sergeant. So that's a misstatement of fact on my part. Outside of that, happy to answer questions.
I didn't hear his last comment, forgive me. You'll.
Yeah, no problem. I made a statement as I reviewed this case that both arrests happened while Mr. Gaxiola was a sergeant. I believe that's a misstatement of fact. The first of which happened when he was an officer, the second of which happened when he was a sergeant. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Ringolf. Welcome. Commissioner Gordon.
Can I clarify that the advisory board's recommendation was a stay of revocation
Yes,
for
ma'am.
a period of, what were the terms of their recommendation?
I believe it was 10 years.
Yeah, they made a motion to go to 5, failed, they went to 10. And I think the wording was a little funky, but essentially it was meant to be a suspended revocation, and then with probation getting them up to 10 years. Questions from the commission of Mr. Bringall and Ms. Woolley? Questions at this time? We can return to questions. We will now ask whether Officer Gaxiola and or his counsel wish to make public comment. I believe they're present. Please come forward. Thank you. Again, prefatory comments, you will each be given 5 minutes to speak. The time limits will be enforced, so please complete your comments within the allotted time. Also, most importantly, please remember the commission will only consider facts presented by the division today and will not consider additional facts, mitigating factors, or defenses at this time. The sole question before the commission today is if the facts offered by the division are proven at a subsequent evidentiary hearing, will those facts demonstrate a high probability that serious misconduct occurred?
Thank you.
Cautionary note, because I recall reading in the transcripts that some of the testimony went quite far into alternative defenses and character and so forth, and that's really not within the four squares, so I really ask you to stay within the division's report. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Leslie Wilcox, I'm a panel attorney for the Los Angeles Police Protective League, representing Sergeant Gaxiola, who is also here in case you have any specific questions for him. I would like to point out to the commission that in the internal affairs investigation that you have a copy of, Sergeant Gaxiola indicated that he was not only remorseful for his actions, but that he had taken quite a bit of personal work in specifically a 90-day residential rehab program that he participated in along with others.
Okay, counsel, I'm going to stop right there. I'll look to our own counsel. This is exactly the type of concern I was saying to address what the division addressed today, moving into alternative defenses about character and subsequent efforts by the respondent, no matter how noble, are not really within the confines of the division report. Counsel?
I think the line here is if counsel is speaking about materials that are contained within the attachments.
Yes, sir.
That would be fair game. However, making, arguments that external to the attachments or the investigation summary and findings, that's really where we're driving pursuant to the penal code.
Understood. That's
yeah.
why I'm only referencing what was contained in the LAPD internal affairs investigation.
Thank you.
I wanted to be sure the commission saw those footnotes that were in the investigation so you would be aware of the work that Sergeant Gaxiola had done that he provided to IA. I also would like to point out that this incident occurred in 2022, so we're almost at 3 years at this point. You also have been made aware of the contract that he received from the Board of Rights as part of the discipline process at LAPD. I don't know if that entire contract was included, Robert?
I don't recall.
Okay, I have a copy of it, but I can't remember if it came from Post or from LAPD. So he has already been part of a testing program. The advisory board had questions about that, and so I'm unclear as to what information you actually have based on that transcript. However, this is an incident where I believe due to the passage of time and the level of sobriety that Sergeant Gaxiola has proven he is capable of, that a 10-year contract is not necessary to monitor his sobriety at this point. I think that a shorter term is definitely appropriate, given the track record that he has since 2022 and the information that you have before you. And the request is that it be shorter than a 10-year agreement. Ideally, even that the commission might consider the 3 years that he has been sober as part of that, if they choose to go with the 5-year agreement.
Commissioner Nieto, I do have a question of the chair. I know Gaxiola was at the fires. I did watch the board that makes the recommendation. I watched their proceedings. He was unable to make comments. Do we allow that at this point, at some point?
The responding officer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just want, thank you, sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Yes, he's here in case you have any questions and to make a brief comment. I just wanted it to be clear that the board was aware in some of the DUI cases that I've heard in front of the post commission, they tend to be before 2022. So this case has just been not through post fault, just an older case. And there's been a lot of time that has passed. And so I don't believe it's necessary for a 10-year contract. Obviously, Sergeant Gaxiola is grateful that the advisory board recommended a stay of the revocation, and he is definitely willing to engage in a settlement agreement with the commission for that. And if you have any questions for me, let me know. If you have any questions for Sergeant Gaxiola, he's here for you.
Thank you, counsel. Questions from the commission to counsel? Commissioner Gordon?
So the rehabilitation agreement is part of our documents and was part of the case. So I'm going to ask a question pertaining to that since it is within the material. Sergeant, it states that you had a follow-up hearing with the Board of Rights in January. Did you successfully complete that term of the rehabilitation agreement?
And what was the question again, real quick? Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to work the mic.
So you had a follow-up with the Board of Rights, according to your rehabilitation document in January, to report back whether you met all of the rehabilitation requirements. Did you meet all those requirements?
Yes, I did meet all the requirements, and at that meeting, I was given my penalty.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nieto.
Yes, during that penalty phase, did we get the documents, or can we even ask what the penalty was by the agency? Are we allowed to ask that? I'm asking the chair, so I know you're gonna say yes.
No, I just meant that he
Okay.
can waive his right is all I was nodding my head. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I have to address it to our council and our
course.
chair, sorry. Because I'd like to find out what the penalty was from the
I think
agency.
that's not a problem, counsel.
No, I don't see a problem with the question.
It was 40 days. I'm currently serving the suspension right now.
Were you demoted?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Additional questions from the commission for respondent or counsel? Officer Gaxiola, would you care to make a statement, sir? Up to you, not necessary.
No, absolutely. You know, I'm sure you guys have all the documents in front of you. The only thing I'd like to say is I did take full responsibility for what occurred. I am a supervisor. I do understand the obligation that we have. I did intentionally do everything that was put in front of you. I didn't sit back and wait to see what occurred. I've made full intention of getting better, of figuring out what the problem was. I don't believe I had the tools to really decompress all the, you know, over 2 decades of law enforcement. I believe I have those tools now, and I'm actively very involved. I do have a big background in law enforcement, in tactics, but I also am a peer member, and I am actively engaged with officers, even within the last few days. People trying to recover, people trying to navigate through their own issues as well. And that's my own support system. And just again, I'm intentionally trying to do what I can to make this better.
Commissioner Nieto, I have a question of clarification. When you say peer member, you're part of the peer support DUI team for LAPD?
No, this is for Newton Division. We've
Okay.
had quite a number of instances. It is a support group that I have at Newton Division.
No further comments or questions from any commissioners? You guys, did you?
Oh, I thought I was leaving.
No, yeah, stay close, but seeing no further questions for counsel or the respondent, is there anyone else who would like to address the commission on this case?
Sure, I have one question. I'm sorry for the council.
Hang on,
Real
guys,
quick.
sorry. Commissioner Brazil.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. So the rehabilitation agreement that he signed, is it since he completed that, is it no longer valid? In other words, no testing, none of that? Or any conditions on going into any, so 0 conditions?
Correct.
Other than the 40 days
Correct.
that he's currently serving?
Correct.
Thank you.
If I may, I would note LAPD has the option to extend that contract at the end, and they chose not to do so in this case.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
That was it. Sorry. Yeah, that was it. That was the only one.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Seeing that no one else is present or to address the commission, does the commission wish to adjourn into closed session for deliberation? Ask additional questions? Our motion is always in order. What is the will of the commission?
Commissioner Nieto, I do have a question, and we can ask this in open session. The prior board recommended 10 years, and watching it, I was a little confused. They went to 5, they didn't have the majority, and then they went to 10, and it didn't seem like there was a clear reasoning for 10. versus 5? Can we answer that question at all?
I don't believe there's an answer to that question.
I'd say the observation is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read the same and watched the same thing you did, and I had the same question, but nonetheless, it was 5 did not carry, they went to 10, which carried without explication.
Commissioner Nieto, this might be something that your counsel can answer for you if you deliberate in closed session. It may be something that maybe he might be able to provide some insight for you, not necessarily obviously revealing things that happen in closed session, but perhaps that might be a conversation.
Okay, the will of the commission.
Closed session, please.
Closed session? All right, we will stay in this very intimate room here. And if everyone else would please vacate, and we will go look at the bay and we'll let you know when we return. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We now reconvene regular session to consider motions. Motion is always in
Commissioner
order.
I'd like to make a motion to revoke and that revocation be stayed for a period of 5 years, subject to a stipulated settlement between the officer and the division.
Is there a second? Motion has been seconded. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm
Barcelona,
sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Knapp.
Mr. Knapp, that's okay.
Mr. Chandler.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Barcelona, I, Braun. Braun, I, Brazil.
Aye.
Brazil, I, Cooper.
Aye.
Cooper, I, Doring.
Aye.
Doring, I, Yule.
No, I move to revoke.
Yule is nay.
Let me pause you. You're not making a substitute motion. You're just
No.
saying you'd prefer to revoke.
I'm just stating my reason for no.
Okay, but not a motion to revoke. Got it.
No.
Okay.
Yule is a nay. Gordon.
Aye.
Gordon, I, Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, I, Long.
No, prefer revocation.
Long, nay. Moon.
Aye.
Moon, I, Nieto.
Aye.
Nieto, I, Terrio. Woolry. Woolry, aye. Motion passes with 10 ayes, 2 noes.
We have one small item that we skipped over, and that is the upcoming commission meetings. I'm informed that we will likely have no cases, so what's said a June 4th and 5th meeting can just be a June 4th meeting. Unless we'd all like to gather on June 5th to discuss the disciplinary guidelines for a full day. So it'd be just June 4, I believe, Mr. Executive Director. June 4 at Post Headquarters, November 9th and 10th in the greater LA area, and December 3rd and 4th at Post Headquarters.
Commission Chair, if I may, is a 9 a.m. start on June 4th okay? Or do you prefer 10 a.m.?
Fine. 9 a.m. okay? Seeing no negative head shakes, 9 a.m. it is. All right, that was our final item on today's agenda. Are there additional comments from any commissioners before we adjourn until tomorrow? Seeing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move result.
Do we have a second?
Second, Doring.
Objection to unanimous consent to adjourn? Seeing none, we are adjourned. See you at 9 a.m. tomorrow for 3 revocation cases. Have a good night, everyone.